चैतन्येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिनिति नामिने। नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। आजानुलंबित भुजौ कनकावदातौ संकीर्तनैकपितरौ कमलायताक्षौ विश्वम्भरौ द्विजवरौ युगधर्मपालौ वन्दे जगत्प्रियकरौ करुणावतारौ। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिन्धो दीनबन्धो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिकान्त राधाकान्त नमस्तुते। तप्तकाञ्चन गौराङ्गी राधे वृन्दावनेश्वरे वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। भज श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौरभक्तवृन्द। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे हरे।
कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Jai Radhe Shyam, Jai Radhe Shyam, Lalita Vishaka, Jai Radhe Shyam. Jai Krishna Balaram, Jai Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jai Krishna Balaram. Jai Gauranitai, Jai Gauranitai, Jai Gauranitai, Jai Gauranitai. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jai Patita Pavana Prabhupada, Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada. Jai Jai Gurudev, 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 Jai Gurudev. Jai Jai Gurudev, 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 Jai Gurudev. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. I'd like to welcome everyone. There are more devotees still just now coming. But before we begin officially the Tirubhav-Titi Mahotsav of our Guru Maharaj, this is the first anniversary. We call it Mahotsav because it is also a celebration, festival, 1 year completion of the Guru Maharaj entering into Samadhi. And therefore, it is glorious at the same time, even though deep within our hearts, we are feeling lamentation at the same time. Would like to begin the program by chanting this Je Anilo Premadana, the feeling of separation from great personalities, especially our Guru Maharaj. I'll sit down. Many more Srila Prabhupada's disciples and senior leaders of our movement will be arriving. So, hope you don't mind if some of you will be asked to move along, especially the chairs, the sofas, Mataji's side also, and the Prabhus. But wherever you are right now, that's good. You feel comfortable. But maybe at the back, right there, we're going to ask you to live and move along also later on. Hope you don't mind. Is that all right? Okay. I didn't hear the Haribol from the back. Hare Krishna. Who plays cartos? You play cartos also. That's broken. Huh? You please sing along with us. We're not here as entertainers. The singing, congregational chanting is most powerful, more than japa. So this is Sankirtan, hearing and chanting. Shaparshada Bhagavat Viraha Janita Vilapa. Lamentation due to separation from the Lord and His associates. From Prarthana. Who wrote Prarthana? Narottam Das Thakur. Gorkishore Das Babaji Maharaj, he always carries these two books, Prema Bhakti Chandrika and Feeling of Separation. And Prarthana. What's the matter? Oh, okay. He's a sound man, very professional. Thank you. Yes, Gorkishore Das Babaji Maharaj always carries two books, Prarthana and Prema Bhakti Chandrika. Jayanilo Prema Dana Karuna Pracho Jai Anilo Premadana Karuna Pracho Eno Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Tako
Prabhu Kotha Gela Acharya Thakur
Eno Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Kaha mora swarup rupa Kaha sanatan
Kaha mora swarup rupa Kaha sanatan
Kaha mora swarup rupa Kaha sanatan
Kaha mora swarupa Kaha sanatan
Kaha dasarago lata patita
Dasa Raghunatha Patita Pavana
Kaha dasarago lata patita
Dasa Raghunatha Patita Pavana
Kaha mora bhata juga Kaha kabira
Kaha mora bhata juga Kaha kabira
Kaha mora bhata juga Kaha kavera
Kaha mora bhata juga Kaha kavera
Eka kale kota gela gorana tara
কালে কোথা গেলা গোরা নটরাজ
একা কালে কোথা গেলা গোরা নটরাজ
একা কালে কোথা গেলা গোরা নটরাজ
পাশানে কটিব মাতা আনালে পাশিব
পাষাণে কাটিব মাথা আনালে পাশিব
পাশানে কটিব মাতা আনালে পাশিব
পাষাণে কাটিব মাথা আনালে পাশিব
গৌরাঙ্গ গুণেরা নিধে কতা গেলে পাব
গৌরাঙ্গেরা গুণেরা নিধি কোথা গেলা পাব
গৌরাঙ্গ গুণেরা নিধে কতা গেলে পাব
গৌরাঙ্গেরা গুণে নিধি কোথা গেলা পাব
সে সভা সঙ্গীরা সঙ্গে যে কইল বিলা
সে সবা সঙ্গেরা সঙ্গে মিলা
সে সভা সঙ্গীরা সঙ্গে যে কইল বিলা
সে সবা সঙ্গেরা সঙ্গে
সে সঙ্গনা পায়া কান্দে নরোত্তম
সে সঙ্গ হইলা কাঁদে নরোত্তম দাস
সে সঙ্গনা পায়া কান্দে নরোত্তম
কমদা
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna
सब लोग बोलिए
कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे
दौड़ से
राम हरे राम 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 हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा कृष्ण हरे 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 राम
जय गुरुदेव
हरे राम हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Jaya Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj, Jaya Guru Maharaj.
Jaya Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj, Jaya Guru Maharaj.
Jaya Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj, Jaya Guru Maharaj.
Jaya Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj, Jaya Guru Maharaj.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada.
Nitya Gaura Hari Bol,
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Go Hari Bol.
Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Jaya Radha Shama Sundar, Radha Shama Sundar, Radhe Radhe.
Jaya Radha Shama Sundar, Radha Shama Sundar, Radhe.
Jaya Radha Shama Sundar, Radha Shama Sundar, Radhe Radhe.
Jaya Radha Shama Sundar, Radha Shama Sundar, Radhe Radhe.
Nitya Gaur Sitana Premanande. Jam Bisabad Pramsa Paribrajacharya Astottara Sachi Simat His Divine Grace. Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhagavad-Gita ki.
Jai.
Jai Nichalila Pabistang Bisapad Paramahangsa Paribrajacharya Astottara Sachi Simat His Divine Grace. Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai. Jai Nichalila Pabistang Bisapad Paramahangsa Paribrajacharya Astottara Sachi Simat Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Goswami Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki. Jai. Jai Sri Rup Sri Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Sri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghunath Sad Goswami Prabhu ki. Jai. Nama Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki. Jai. Preme se kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivashadi Ghaura Bhakta Vrinda ki. Jai. Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki.
Jai.
Sri Brajabhumi Vrindavan Dham ki. Jai. Mathura Dham ki. Jai. Sri Navadvip Mayapur Dham ki. Jai. Ganga Mai ki. Jai. Yamuna Mai ki. Jai. Tulsi Devi ki. Jai. Bhakti Devi ki. Jai. Sri Harinam Sankirtan ki. Jai. Sankirtan Yagya ki. Jai. Srila Prabhupada's Transcendental Books Distribution ki. Jai. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Tirubhaptiti Maha Mahotsav ki. Jai. Samaveda Bhaktabinda ki. Jai. Nitya Gaur Shitana Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. So now, we'll be having a video presentation of our Guru Maharaj giving a lecture. This is around 30 minutes. You'll be viewing it on the big screen over here. We ready? We ready? Yes. Hare Krishna.
and in the female that in the male form of life one has the opportunity to obtain 4 births, and in the female form one has the opportunity to obtain 3 births. The first birth is from the womb of the mother, and this birth is common both to animals and to human beings. The second birth is realized when you accept initiation into the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra. The third birth is realized when you take initiation into the Day-3 mantra. This is known as the Brahmin initiation. And the fourth birth is realized when you take sannyas. In our Vaishnava Sampradaya, in the male body, you can obtain 4 births. And in the female form, you can obtain 3 births. So those who are accepting initiation today, they should please take these vows of initiation very seriously. Please remember that these vows of initiation are going to be taken today in front of the spiritual master, in front of Srila Prabhupada, in front of the deities of Godai, and in front of all the devotees. So please do not forget these vows later on. The nature of the material world is that the illusory energy is always trying to cheat us. It is trying to cheat us to understand that sense enjoyment is natural and is a path to happiness. But the scriptures and the spiritual master are telling us the opposite. They're telling us to give up sense enjoyment because without purity there cannot be development of love of God. So all those who are accepting initiation in our Krishna conscious movement, they agree to chant minimum 16 rounds a day, and on Ekadasis and other auspicious days to chant more, like 25 rounds, and to follow 4 regulated principles. The 4 regulated principles that we follow are no illicit sex, no intoxication, no meat, fish and eggs, and no gambling. And the 5th principle is to control the mind. Now we not only have to chant the Hare Krishna mantra 16 rounds, but we should make an endeavor that we chant good quality rounds. Therefore, in the Vedic scriptures, it is recommended that in chanting the holy name, 10 offenses should be avoided. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is explained that there are 3 different stages of chanting the holy names of Krishna. The first stage is when you chant and commit offenses at the same time. The second is when you make an attempt to minimize the offenses. And the third is when you chant without any offenses at all. So those who are accepting initiation today, they must make an attempt to avoid the offenses. It is said in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Bhau Janma Kare Yadi Shravana Kirtana Tabutana Paya Krishna Pade Premadhana. One may go on chanting the holy names birth after birth, but unless one is chanting without offenses, he will not be able to develop love of God. Very briefly, the 10 offenses that we should avoid, the main ones are as follows. To blaspheme those who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy names of the Lord. This is the first offense. I'm going to describe these offenses in brief now, and I'll explain them in detail in the evening. So those who dedicate their lives to preach the mission of the Lord are very dear to the Lord. Therefore, one should not criticize them out of envy. In the material world, A is envious of B, B is envious of C. But in spiritual life, envy should not be there. If you see somebody doing nice service, you should appreciate it and aspire to also do nice service like the other person. Durvasa Muni was envious of the exalted position of Amrish Maharaj. But in the end, Durvasa Muni had to run from the heat of the Sudarshan Chakra of the Lord. And wherever he ran, the Sudarshan Chakra was right behind. And ultimately, when he came to the Lord told him that my devotees are so dear to me that I do not have the power to forgive you for the mistakes you have committed at the feet of Amrish Maharaj. The Lord told Durvasa, my devotees reside in my heart and I reside in their heart. They make all sacrifices for my pleasure. Therefore, I am indebted to them. So envy should be destroyed and we should not offend Vaishnavas. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, a beautiful garden can be spoiled by a mad elephant. So all the gains of chanting the holy names of Krishna can be destroyed by this one Vaishnava aparad. Then the second offense is to consider the names of demigods to be equal to or independent of the holy names of Lord Vishnu. Fortunately, in your country, this is not a big problem. This offense is a big problem in countries like India, where people think all gods are one. There is one Supreme Lord, Lord Shri Krishna, and 33 million demigods and demigoddesses. And these demigods and goddesses derive all their strength and power from Krishna. Ekala Ishwar Krishna Sarbhataya Krishna is the only master and all others are his servants. Third is to disobey the instructions of the spiritual master or to consider him an ordinary person. So the spiritual master is the representative of the Supreme Lord. The spiritual master is not a Superman. Superman means like you probably read comics when you were young. The Superman jumps from one tree to another. He does magic all the time. Prabhupada said the spiritual master is just like a postman. Just like the postman brings letter to you intact, the spiritual master brings the message of Godhead. We understand the desire of the Lord when it is revealed to us through the agency of the spiritual master. Krishna speaks to us through the agency of the spiritual master. Therefore, one should not be independent of the instructions of the spiritual master. Thakur Bhaktivinoda has said that just like you cannot separate the body from the soul, a disciple cannot separate his life from the instructions of the spiritual master. What is the desire of the spiritual master? Only one. That the disciple continue to purify oneself. That one free oneself from the material tendencies. Because material tendencies are responsible for keeping one entangled in material existence. And the spiritual master does not concoct the process of self-realization. He just repeats what he has heard from his spiritual master. Like nearly everything that we speak in our classes is what we have heard from Prabhupada. And almost everything that Prabhupada spoke was what he heard from his spiritual master. So this way the disciplic succession traces back to the original speaker, the Supreme Lord. Disciples should not think the spiritual master will just come and flatter me. Once I was walking with Prabhupada in Bombay in 1976 and looking at my face, Prabhupada said, my business is to find faults in you. So the spiritual master's business is not to flatter the disciple, but to correct the inabilities or shortcomings of the disciple so that he can make spiritual advancement on the journey back to Godhead. The disciple should have the humility to understand that his own mind is always cheating him. Therefore we go to the purified mind of Vyasadeva and his representative, the spiritual master, for guidance. Why is the spiritual master respected? Because he is carrying out the orders of the Supreme Lord. He is reminding us about Krishna's instructions. And through his example, he is convincing others. He is convincing us to come to the pure path. So one should not expect flattery from the spiritual master, but rather one should be willing to be chastised. The instructions of the spiritual master should be taken seriously, established in the heart. One should not take the instructions from one ear and take them out from the other ear. If you undermine the instructions of the spiritual master, then your spiritual advancement will automatically become checked. Another trick that Maya plays is, it makes you believe that now you're old devotee, you're old enough. You don't need instructions of the spiritual master. Sometimes we find that devotees are very humble when they're initiated, but few years after they're initiated, they act in a manner in which they don't need any instruction. This is Maya's trick. Once you become independent of the spiritual master's association and instruction, you gradually become independent of even Krishna's association and instruction. The next offense is to blaspheme the Vedic literature or to consider the Vedic literature to be compiled by some ordinary personality. The word Veda means knowledge, and Vedic literature is for entire humanity. This Vedic literature is not just for India or people of one country or people of one community. It is for the entire humanity. So we must understand that the Vedas contain Sanatana Dharma, eternal religion or duty of the living entity. And the eternal duty of the living entity is to engage in service to the Lord. And the Puranas are known as the supplementary Vedas. And the Puranas also should be recognized to be the work of Vyasadeva. There are 18 Puranas, and the topmost Purana is the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Bhagavad Purana. So at no point should we think, oh, now we are living in modern 20th century Ukraine or Russia, and this Vedic literature has no relevance today. Vedic literature is outdated, not for 20th century. It is just for the villages of India. No. This is how Maya will trick you. Slowly you will lose faith in the scriptures, lose faith in bhakti, and increase faith in Maya. So we must always understand that Vedas contain eternal wisdom for entire humanity, which was true yesterday, is true today, and will be true tomorrow. The next is to consider the glories of the chanting Hare Krishna to be imagination or to give some own interpretation to the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. These are the fifth and sixth offenses. Kali Kale Nama Rupa Krishna Avatar. In Kali Yuga, the Lord incarnates in His holy name. So in Kali Yuga, All you need is the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra to develop love of God. You don't need any other mantras. You don't need any other means. Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam eva kevalam. Kalo nasteva, nasteva, nasteva eva gatiranyatha. It is said, Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam. This is the only alternative in this age of Kali for self-realization. So this is the only alternative. We must have faith in this alternative and not try to resort to other mantras also. Just like watering the root nourishes the whole tree, or putting food in the stomach gives energy to the whole body. Similarly, just as chanting of Hare Krishna mantra is enough to develop love of God if we chant sincerely, following the regulated principles and avoiding the offenses. Also, we should not underestimate the value of the potency of the holy name. We should not think the glories of the holy name are being exaggerated. By chanting the holy name once, you can wipe away thousands of sins. But we have committed so many trillions of sins that unless we chant the holy names day and night, we will not be able to wipe away the results of all our sinful activities. Therefore, Krishna is instructing us, always chant, always chant. The spiritual master and the sadhus are reminding us, always chant. When Lord Chaitanya was cleaning the Gundicha temple, he and his followers, associates, they were always chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, and they uttered nothing but the Hare Krishna mantra, even though they were engaged in cleaning the temple. So we have to tie the holy name to our tongue. So initiation ceremony is an opportunity for the disciple to become serious and make a serious attempt to tie the holy name to the tongue. Then the next is to commit sins on the strength of chanting. By chanting the holy names of Krishna even once, countless sins are wiped away. So one should not think that now I've been chanting the Hare Krishna mantra for 2 or 3 years or 4 years or 10 years or 20 years. So all my sins have been wiped away. So now I can commit fresh sinful activities. The devotee doesn't want to be a burden on the Lord. Other people go to the temple or the church or the mosque and they present their shopping list to the Lord. They say, God, give me this, give me this, give me this. But what does the devotee pray? I may please take my birth. Wherever I take my birth, I may always be in the association of Vaishnavas. What did Thakur Bhakti-Vinod say? My dear Lord, you may please, if you have to give me another birth, please give me another birth as a worm in the house of a Vaishnava. The eighth offense is to consider the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra is one of the auspicious ritualistic activities that are recommended in the Vedas. The chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra should not be compared to some karma kanda activity. Karma kanda means you're ready to do some sacrifice, but in exchange you want some material benefit. So we don't chant the holy name so that I may get a ticket to America, or I may get this Mercedes car, or this material benefit, or whatever. We chant the holy names because through the holy name we are begging the Lord, please, please, please engage me in devotional service. Hare is an address to the energy of the Lord Srimati Radharani. So when Radharani sees that you're chanting sincerely, she recommends to Krishna, yes, please give him devotional service. When we chant the holy names of Krishna 16 rounds attentively, we are praying to the Lord, what? My dear Lord, please engage me in devotional service. Krishna will give you all types of material opulences, but bhakti, devotional service, is very rarely awarded, only to the most fortunate. So those devotees who have taken to the Krishna conscious process are the most fortunate people on this planet. The most fortunate are not those who have a Mercedes car or a nice beer garden suit or a big bank balance in Switzerland. The most fortunate are those who have taken shelter of a bona fide spiritual master and are attempting to go back to Godhead. Material happiness has a beginning and an end, but spiritual happiness has no end. Even when the devotee leaves the body, he just continues the process of serving the Lord. And the nature of spiritual happiness is, it is always increasing, increasing, increasing. Bolshoi, bolshoi. And ninth offense is to preach the glories of the holy name to the faithless. So, on the one hand, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Jare dakota hai kaho Krishna upadesh. Wherever you see, tell him about Krishna. On the other hand, we are saying, don't preach to the faithless. So some of you may be confused. You may say, how are you going to determine who is faithful, who is faithless? Obviously, when you go on the streets, it is not written on somebody's face, or no one's carrying a badge. I'm faithful, so please preach to me the glories of the holy name. So the devotee preaches to everyone to chant Hare Krishna. Begs everyone that fold their hands, please, please, please take to the chanting of the holy name. But the deep meaning of the holy name may be explained only after the person develops faith in the holy name. Just like You may meet someone on the road and he asks you, Kakwa Zavud, he'll tell him your name. But he won't tell him your secrets, like where you have your money or bank balance or whatever in your first encounter. So tell everyone to chant. Even if they insult you, don't feel offended. Nityananda was the original spiritual master, the incarnation of Lord Balaram. Carrying out the orders of Lord Chaitanya, he was preaching house to house in every village in Bengal. And during his preaching endeavors, he was regularly preaching to two brothers, Jagai Madai, who were born in Brahminical family but had become debauchees. Even when Nityananda was attacked by them, blood was coming out from his forehead. He was still with folded hands pleading with them, please chant, please chant. So with the same humility, we have to carry out the orders of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So those who are accepting initiation, they should also understand that they have to tangibly help in spreading Lord Chaitanya's message. Don't take initiation and then go into semi-retirement. Sometimes you see devotees work hard till they are initiated, but after they are initiated, they think they've conquered the whole world and they go into retirement. Prabhupada said, initiation is only the beginning. So now it's the beginning. It's the opportunity for you to take the opportunity of initiation seriously and show to the spiritual master and Krishna how you want to dedicate this life to the Lord's service. The last offense is to maintain material attachment in spite of chanting the holy names of the Lord. So, material attachments are responsible for keeping us entangled in the material world. And as long as you maintain material attachments, you're guaranteed to stay. So we have to break our material attachment. This does not mean that you have to abandon doing your duty. Just like if somebody is in the Grihastha ashram, he may have some duties to do. But the purpose of executing all transactions should be pleasure of Guru and Krishna. Material attraction, material attachment looks beautiful only when you don't have spiritual knowledge. Just like in the presence of sunshine, darkness is destroyed and everything becomes vividly clear. Similarly, in the presence of spiritual instructions, one understands the foolishness of maintaining material attachment. Now, all those who are accepting initiation, they must also understand the importance of sadhana bhakti. Sadhana bhakti means attending Mangalarti, class, Guru Puja, chanting your rounds in the morning. Those who are grihasthas, then they should arrange their schedule at home in such a way that they can carry out these programs. It is not that now you are grihasthas, you can get up at 8 o'clock in the morning and do your Mangalarti at 9 o'clock. Then you are not grihastha, then you are grihamedi. Grihastha means one who leads a disciplined life. So those who live at home must practice the process of sadhana bhakti at home. And those who live in the ashram must take advantage of the temple schedule. Of course, some of you live in ashrams which are very far from the temple. So in that case, you may make a schedule so that in the ashram you can follow the temple schedule. So on this auspicious day, 23 candidates are taking initiation into the chanting of the holy names. So my humble request on behalf of Srila Prabhupada and the entire parampara is, please take this opportunity very, very seriously and be determined to succeed on the spiritual path. And also those who are accepting initiation, in addition to chanting, they must take a vow to also read Prabhupada's books every day. Every devotee should try and read at least for 1 hour a day. Don't read the books when you're about to fall asleep. Read them when you're fully alert. Just like you don't fall asleep in front of prasadam. Don't fall asleep while chanting and reading. And everyone should also execute service. There's many different types of service that one can engage in. But one service that Prabhupada emphasized the most was the service of book distribution. This is known as Samkirtan Yagya. So Samkirtan Yagya is the Yagya for this age. So Samkirtan Yagya consists of 2 different aspects. One aspect is chanting the holy names and spreading the chanting of the holy name. The other is to distribute the book so that people understand the importance of chanting the holy name. So even though there may be some difficulty, even though the mind may present obstacles, we should not withdraw from this very important mission that Prabhupada has given us. Through the medium of book distribution, millions of people are being saved from the cycle of birth and death. So we should dedicate ourselves to Lord Chaitanya's preaching mission and thereby become happy and peaceful. So just like a sick man needs both the medicine and the diet to recover, so we are also spiritually sick. So we need the medicine, which is the chanting of the holy name, and the diet, which is the service, to recover. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So don't think that the lecture that we've heard was doctored to be speedy. That was the natural speed of Guru Maharaj's lecture in the early days. There's a lot of urgency. There's a lot of value that he wants to give to the listeners. Just like Srila Prabhupada's lectures in the early days, there's a great urgency. The mood is so important that we should take Krishna consciousness very seriously. Guru Maharaj, hey! So, we have a lot of speakers for this occasion today. And we would like to request as much as possible to be brief, all of you. Prabhupada's disciples, sannyasis, and also Prabhupada's female disciples. Please be very brief. And we're going to have this glorification until 1:30 p.m. And then there'll be at noon offerings at the Samadhi, Bhoga offering. Then 1:30, maybe even 2 o'clock. 1:30, it says in the schedule here. Puspanjali here. And then Artik at the Samadhi. And then 2 p.m. it'll be lunch prasadam. For Srila Prabhupada's disciples, sannyasis, the prasadam will be at Govinda's, upstairs of our guest house. Would like to request His Holiness Lokanath Swami to be the first one to speak. We were thinking of somebody else, but he's not present at the moment, so best. No, you. He's not here. You don't want to speak, Maharaj? Please, do so. This is how Vedic culture is. Sannyasis first. Am I correct? So we're following the etiquette here. We have 2 chairs here. One will be Sachit. Not there. One here and one that's for the Mataji's side. And then one over there. Limelight, Maharaj. Oh, you can use that one. The lights, we can do like this. That one too. Is that enough, Maharaj? A little more on that side. That one. Okay.
My obeisances at the lotus feet of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Ki, and obeisances unto you all. Vancha kalpatarubhishya kripa sindhubheva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. I'm not a good example for speaking briefly, so I didn't want it the first one. But I will try. या नीलो प्रेमाधान करुणा प्रचुर हे न प्रभु कोता गेला गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी ठाकुर. And that's the kind of mood that Narottam Das Thakur has expressed. And of course that is expected from all of us to follow that mood. Certainly it was a Prabhupada's departure was a big loss to the world of ISKCON, of course. And then I was thinking for the last 1 year, and today also. Of course, so many others also have departed. But the departure of Gopal Krishna Maharaj was next big loss for ISKCON, as Maharaj departed on this day year before. Gopal Krishna, I had some opportunity to talk about Gopal Krishna Maharaj or glorify or remember him this morning. So during that time, I also did say that Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitanena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati So Padantikam. Like Rupa Goswami Prabhupada had access to the heart and what was on the mind of Gauranga Mahaprabhu. Like that, I think more than, I don't know, more than anyone else. Gopal Krishna Maharaj also had access to Srila Prabhupada's heart, and what was on Prabhupada's mind was more known to Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Well, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, as we heard this morning, he becomes the first Indian to join Prabhupada or become Prabhupada's disciple in the Western world. And from that time, Maharaj began his contributions and sacrifices. Maharaj mentioned, we were hearing this morning after Mangalarati, that Maharaj's name was noted, which he had mentioned in the visitor's book. And then onwards he started getting invitations and communications. Oh, this festival is happening, that festival is happening. And those who are contacting Gopal Krishna Khanna, I think that's the name that time. And that was because they knew this Khanna, Gopal Krishna, is he's making good money. He's a wealthy kind of Indian. So that's where it started. Gopal Krishna Maharaj's surrender and contributions and sacrifices. Prabhupada, his preaching in the Western world was to fulfill the desires of his Guru Maharaj or follow the instructions of his Guru Maharaj. But Prabhupada considered preaching in India was his own mission. So after doing it successfully in the Western world, as Prabhupada returned to India and he wanted to take up his mission in India, well, there were a few other GBCs prior, and then finally Prabhupada started his mission seriously. He called Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj over to India and gave the charge of entire India as a governing body commissioner to one person, Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Could I get water? Yeah. I'm sure he said that to him also. To me, Gopal Prabhupada has said, we need more men like you, Gopal Krishna Maharaj. In India, those days, no one was joining ISKCON. There was so much misunderstanding about ISKCON. ISKCON is a Western organization. ISKCON is CIA and... devotees, we are CIS, if you want to say so. Chaitanya Intelligence Agency. So Prabhupada's mission during his time. So what else was on Prabhupada's mind? Mainly was a book distribution, which is a principal instruction of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur to Srila Prabhupada. If you ever get money, print books. And so Gopal Krishna Maharaj was one time sent all the way to Moscow. There was international book fair to have a BBT's book stalls, sales, exhibition and sales of BBT publications. And that program, or that attempt was so successful that Srila Prabhupada expressed so much appreciation for what Gopal Krishna Maharaj did for his books promotion and distribution in Moscow International Book Fair. And I don't know at what point he was made a trustee of BBT for publication. And Gopal Krishna Maharaj, that was on Prabhupada's mind, not what Prabhupada wanted books be printed, but also distributed. If you want to please me, what do? Distribute my books. This was, he took this seriously, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, and distributed books of Srila Prabhupada like anything. And he always remembered, or his own remembered, number one book distributor in the world all the time. So I cannot imagine how much Gopal Krishna Maharaj has pleased Srila Prabhupada for just for book distribution part, you say. And then this morning I was saying, Bhurida jana, bhuvi grananti de bhurida jana, that those who share Tava Kathamritam, the Kathamrit is shared. Those who share Kathamrit are Bhurida, they are magnanimous. As this Kathamrit in form of Gopi Geet was shared by the king of Prataprudra. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was listening to that Gopi Geet and singing as he had come to this line. Yeah. Bhurida, bhuvi granantite bhurida janaha. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was lying down and he gradually was getting up and he was saying, you are Bhurida, you are the magnanimous person. And Mahaprabhu also was thinking, I am a bhikshu, sannyasi, I have nothing to give in return. If you do not mind, may you accept my embrace. And saying so, he embraced King Prataprudra. So likewise, I was thinking that Gopal Krishna Maharaj is this magnanimity, just in the form of this book distribution activity. He has, Prabhupada is so much pleased, and for sure, we did lose him on this day a year ago. That was our loss, but that was a gain of Srila Prabhupada and Gauranga. And for sure, Srila Prabhupada immediately must have grabbed him and embraced him deeply. Thank you, Gopal Krishna. I'm so much pleased with you. You are Bhurida. And of course, not only book distribution, but all aspects. Our Gopal Krishna Maharaj was kind of all-rounder. As Prabhupada was known for opening more than 100 temples. Gopal Krishna Maharaj, I know from his communication of Prabhupada, correspondence with Gopal Krishna Maharaj, one of the first letters that he wrote, please come to India and to Delhi. Not any major temple has been built in Delhi for a long time. You come and build the temple, ISKCON temple in Delhi. I thought, Prabhupada wanted him to build one temple, but somehow he kept saying, no, you wanted more temples. And he ended up building some 15, 20 temples in Delhi alone. And so many more in his zone in India and around the world. So far, more and more temples opening. I think he is leading the show and making the devotees. How many of you are Gopal Krishna Maharaj disciples here? I think 95% of you. And this is not, of course, everybody hasn't arrived here. Wherever they are holding celebrations on those respective temples. So the most disciples, I think he may be not number one. Jayapataka Goswami Maharaj ki, I think he's number one. But close to Jayapataka Maharaj, next one becomes Gopal Krishna Maharaj so far, enrolling, recruiting, training, and engaging hundreds and thousands of devotees all over the world. So as a result, ISKCON got a big boost with the efforts of Gopal Krishna Maharaj. He was our longest GBC. More than 50 years he served as a GBC, Governing Body Commissioner of ISKCON. And a lifetime of the BBT trustee and the bureau member and chairman also in India for a long time, till his last breath, in fact. He remained a chairman. And so the list is quite a big of his achievements. I'm sure the other speakers will make a mentions. I just wanted to just mention a few of his contributions and sacrifices, which has contributed to expand ISKCON worldwide. Especially, I would say, of course, he's not the only one, but during Prabhupada days, we had only 7-8 temples in India. But now, I would say, under the chairmanship of Gopal Krishna Maharaj, chairman of Bureau, we have close to or over 300 big and small temples in India now. So that's quite a jump from 7-8 to over 300 temples. So he gets a lion's share in this happening or expansion numbers. Really. So on this day, I think, just maybe few days before, last year, we were all in Dehradun, and while leaving, going back to Krishna, going back to Prabhupada, he did not open a new temple, but he did Bhumi Puja of yet another temple in Dehradun. That was grand finale kind of thing. So we were together serving Prabhupada for also 50 years. It's also 50 years. 2024 was a 50th anniversary of myself and Gopal Krishna Maharaj serving together in India. And he was, well, I think so. He was very close to me. I was close to him. And he was a big support for me. And I always took inspiration from him. So in his physical absence, I could only weep and cry as I miss him. Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki
Jai. Thank you, Maharaj. She's ready. Daivi Shakti Mataji would like to call upon her. And after this, I'll read a message that came from His Holiness Japataka Swami. You want me to do it?
Yes.
Okay. Mataji requested I do it first. My dear devotees, please accept my best wishes. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to His Holiness Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami. I was told that 25th April is the first disappearance anniversary of His Holiness Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. I was very fortunate to have his association from 1968 when we were together in Montreal as bhaktas. After that, in India, we were serving together. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj was a very intimate associate of Srila Prabhupada. Many things could be said about him. In Delhi NCR, he made 15 to 17 temples and fired up Delhi Temple. For many years, they got the first place in Srila Prabhupada Marathon. He was promoting book distribution very enthusiastically. In Mayapur, he was a member of the Mayapur committee. He also encouraged his disciple to donate to the TOBP, and he gave me some of his Guru Dakshina, and he gave some of his Guru Dakshina to the TOBP. He was founding member of the MVT, the International Trustee of the BBT, and chairman of the Indian BBT. He was also chairman of the Indian Bureau. In spite of his various physical deficiencies, he was trying to push on Srila Prabhupada's movement. For me, Gopal Krishna Goswami is a very dear God brother, and I miss him a lot. Some of the disciples of Gopal Krishna Maharaj have taken the responsibility of being gurus. But Srila Prabhupada said in a class in Mayapur in 1975 that we should have 10,000 acharyas and then expand to 100,000 and to 1,000,000 and from 1,000,000 to 10 million acharyas. So I hope that more of Maharaj's disciples will take up the responsibility of being gurus. If there is anything I can do for Maharaj's disciples, I will do that. I have also created a special email ID for the disciples of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. And many devotees are corresponding with me. The email ID is gkg_jpscare@gmail.com. I repeat, gkg_jpscare@gmail.com. You are all very fortunate that you had association of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. We can take his Vani and associate with them and remain always in connection with him by serving his instructions. And this should be our special source of inspiration and strength. I pray for all of you regularly when I am in front of the deities. Hope this finds all of you in good health and blissful Krishna consciousness. Yours in service, Jayapataka Swami.
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamini Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavari Paschati Desatarine Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Gopal Krishna Goswami Iti Namine. So how many of you knew Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami in 1970? One hand. I will discuss or share with you all the nestling time. Breaking out of an egg is painful. And we heard just now Jayapataka Swami. He was a bhakta with Gopal Krishna Goswami in Montreal. Now, in the early days, of course, we started with one temple, then 2 temples, then 3 temples. By 1970, we had about 15 temples around the world. And we all knew each other just by Back to Godhead magazine, seeing each other's pictures. Hong Kong, Germany, France, New York. So in America, there was one young, very qualified lady. She was ready to marry. She wanted to have her Swayamvar. And she put so many conditions, had to have this much money, job, house, this, that, other thing. Absolutely no one was qualified in all of America. All the temple presidents wanted to marry her. Nobody could match her. There was only one person in all of ISKCON who was qualified to marry this wonderful girl. That was how we first heard about Gopal Krishna. No, that was the beginning of all the suffering. We have to remember why we're in the material world. You can have everything. Best wife, beautiful home, good job, lots of money. The most beautiful son who Prabhupada named Durlabh. He was such a beautiful son. Everything he had. Nothing but misery. And this, because we were all in the nest together, all packed up. He had to come to New York to live because that was where she insisted her husband had to live. All packed up in New York together, watching each other struggle. And oh, how he struggled. So we watched and watched. And being the only Indian there, we had only one other Indian at that time, Sunita. So he would guard us. Some Indians would come as charades. I'm a doctor. I want to become the temple president. Gopal Krishna saw right through him, wrote to Prabhupada. Prabhupada said, show me your diploma. And then the man ran away. So Gopal Krishna, he was our guardian there in New York. And despite all of his responsibilities, we never knew what type of job he had, but we knew it was very important because it was supporting the temple. Still at night, after his work, he would come to the bowels of the Port Authority bus terminal to distribute books after his work was over. And that was where we made our bond, there in the basement, and the lines of the passengers trying to distribute books to them together. So we had this firm bond of book distribution from that time. Then he found another charade. Mrs. Toyota went to Prabhupada. Prabhupada had them all flushed out. Gopal Krishna Maharaj, of course, then he was Gopal Krishna. He knew right from wrong. He knew everything. And he had direct connection with Srila Prabhupada to protect us all. So he came to India. I fled to India because they were going to kill me. I caught them bringing meat into the temple. I fled here. Here was Gopal Krishna also. Prabhupada had just made him, as we just heard from Lokanath Swami. He had, after 4 tries of different GBCs who ran away, 4 tries, he said, now you be the GBC of all of India. And then we all felt safe. So, serving under Gopal Krishna Maharaj since 1970, trying to assist him. Whenever Prabhupada would send me a message, it would always be through Gopal Krishna Maharaj. He would tell me, Prabhupada just told me to tell you, you're not allowed to offer obeisances to his sister. She's not a pure devotee. All right? I know if it's coming from Gopal Krishna, I have to follow it. It means it's coming from Prabhupada. Then Prabhupada's leaving after the the grand opening that we just celebrated, Gopal Krishna comes to me, he says, Prabhupada just told me to tell you, now that he's going away, every week you have to clean his house. So in this way, I learned always my instructions were coming from Prabhupada through Gopal Krishna Maharaj. And I grew up that way all these years now, for the past 50 years, just waiting for him to give me instructions from Srila Prabhupada. Always our line has been pure book distribution. He would only allow me to distribute Srila Prabhupada's books in our shops. At least that was in theory. Now we have non-BBT books as well. But our whole purpose in serving Srila Prabhupada was to assist him. I always felt great security serving under him. I'm praying that in the future also, I will always be able to serve under him as my via media to Srila Prabhupada, because I would see Srila Prabhupada all alone, bringing in his milk at night, and there will be Gopal Krishna. Just he and Prabhupada discussing so many things, how to develop India, how to develop the world, how to develop Russia, the book distribution, printing, everything coming through this one person. And I'm so grateful to all of you, his disciples. You become just as determined as he was to serve Srila Prabhupada and carry out all of his dreams to make the whole world Krishna conscious. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Jai.
Thank you, Mataji. We'd like to call upon His Holiness Guru Prasad Swami Maharaj to be the next speaker. Okay. Yeah, there's a way. Move the mic. Oh, they're just offering you obeisances?
Hare Krishna. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Niti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pastyate Deshatarine. Srila Gopal Krishna Maharaj Ki Jai. So unlike many devotees who have spoken and will be speaking, I had very little association with Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Basically, my association was in the GBC meetings. I would see him. Of course, I knew him from quite a long time back, but I never really worked together with him in any project but one thing I would always do, because I was very impressed by how many nice temples they were in Delhi. So every time before I would come to Vrindavan, anytime I would come in this area, I would stay for 3-4 days, and he would always invite me for lunch. And he said, I'm very happy you're coming, because no GBCs, they don't come here, very rarely. They all go to Vrindavan. No, they don't come here. So he said he was grateful. So I continued to come, and always spending not out of any real duty to him, but just the pleasure of being able to be in one place and being able to preach in a different place every day. A very unique situation that he created, that practically speaking, of course there are many places here in India where we have many projects, but not where you can be in one place and go to another big temple and another big temple, another big, every day, and give a class in a different place. So I very much appreciated all of his hard work. And a good friend of mine from many years ago, Bahudak Prabhu, so he had some disagreements with the local yatra in Canada. I found out, so we were friends. I invited him to come and travel with me. And so we were traveling around Mexico, and one day he said, Maharaj, I see you're working very hard. He said, but nobody works as hard as Gopal Krishna Maharaj. No. And so I thought, wow, that's interesting. So anyway, as time went by, I would see him in GBC meetings, and he wouldn't speak all that much. He generally would speak a little something about one subject matter or another, but I always saw him grossly absorbed in, except for one thing, BBT or book distribution. Then he would speak very much. Any matter with book distribution or with printing of books. And little by little, other BBT directors that I knew or BBT trustees, they told me about his unswerving dedication to making sure all the books were printed in all the necessary languages here in India, and always very concerned about having Srila Prabhupada's books. But still, I didn't have that much association. Then about 2 years ago, because his physical condition was not so good, so one day he spoke to me. Well, he wrote a letter. So a couple of God brothers had written to him saying, Maharaj, your physical condition is not good. You can't go to many places. Maybe you should think of somebody to be your co-GBC. So then one day he called me. I was in Delhi, and he called me, and he said, so Maharaj, I think you could be co-GBC with me. And I said, well, I have the biggest zone in Latin America. Very many, very demanding. He said, no, I don't want to take you away from anything. He said, but I need someone to help me. And he said, one thing he said, I don't think you have any ambition. Of course, I think I have much ambition, but he said that. So I thought about it, and of course, I considered it to be an honor that such a, senior godbrother and such a loyal servant of Srila Prabhupada would ask me to work with him. But then, so I thought about it, and I started discussing with different things with him. Not very often. We weren't that very often. I'd be one time for a few hours. Then the next time I came, it would be for a few more hours. And each time he spoke a little more deeply. But then I began to realize, for the first time, how much, how he did everything exactly like Srila Prabhupada wanted. I'd never have met anyone, after I got to know him better, he had no personal program. There was zero personal program. His program was Srila Prabhupada, whatever Srila Prabhupada wanted. And that's what convinced me, because I thought, how am I going to do this? I said, what's the minimum amount of time you think I need to spend here? And he said, well, minimum 4 months, better 5 or 6 months. And I said, well, I'll see, He said, but, he said, don't let it affect your zone in any way. So then I said, well, maybe we can help my zone. And he said, oh, you mean with money? I said, well, it's the poorest zone in the world. He said, well, we'll talk about that. We never talked about it, no. So that was one thing. Whenever it came to diverting money from some project that he had, because he had so many things in mind. Srila Prabhupada told him to do so many things, and especially above everything else, Kurukshetra. He had that, and he spoke to me so much about Kurukshetra. We made some little arrangement to help Kurukshetra, and would also help my zone a little bit. And then I thought, even if it's a difficult thing, someone who is so surrendered to doing everything as Srila Prabhupada wanted, and so humble. I never realized how humble he was. I mean, I always saw him as a humble person, but how humble he was until I began to get to know him better. And then we spoke about a few things, how the zone should go on, and my appreciation for how hard he was working, how much he would sacrifice his time, his energy, never thinking about himself, never even thinking about his physical condition, just thinking about, I have to do these things for Srila Prabhupada. And as I mentioned today in our Bhagavatam class, that after he had departed, I saw this one video clip where they were showing it. This was just a few weeks after his departure, when I had come back, and he turned around, he was crying, and he said, Prabhupada has done so much, and he was, he didn't say it, but you could see he was thinking, I have not done anything, but he had done so much, And when I saw that, especially, I thought, such a dedicated servant of Srila Prabhupada. So anyway, I could not understand why he would want me to work with him. So many other capable devotees, not other capable, meaning so many capable devotees. And I felt myself, what am I going to do? How will I help? But somehow or another, I ended up with some of his responsibility. And this was just one part. He had Canada, Russia, Myanmar, Pakistan, and so many places. Even just a few weeks ago, I discovered some of the places that I'm GBC of that I didn't even know. He was so many places he was in charge of. So anyway, it was just my appreciation for him, as unfortunately, in many, many cases, we appreciate someone more and more after they're no longer with us. But that was, of course, especially in my case, because we were never working closely together anywhere in the world. But I do remember one thing in 1980. In 1980, many people were complaining that there's only a few people initiating, more people need to initiate. And so somehow or another, I was in the meeting, in a GBC meeting. I don't know why, I can't even remember why they asked me to come to that meeting, but they were thinking about other people. And there was some concern that, because that we called the days of the zonal acharya. So there was some concern that if we name some new people, what will be their area, And so I remember they mentioned his name, and some devotee said, oh, it's no problem. No problem, because he's not ambitious. They said that. I thought that it really impressed me, that he was the first one that was approved of the first. There was 3 or 4 people that were approved that year, just because everybody saw his humility and his willingness to do something. He didn't even really want to do it, but he accepted that duty. And he had such a great responsibility. And actually there was no one that was initiating so many people except for Jayapataka Maharaj in India. And so it was a great need. And anyway, I just remember that. And the only thing I can say is that, there's no way that myself or someone else or a combination can fill his sandals. Otherwise, we can't equal him in any way. But I can just try my best to serve to my best ability. And the one thing that has made it possible to even be here and do this service is that he organized everything so nicely, and he trained his leaders and the devotees so nicely that otherwise it would have been totally impossible. But because of that, because of all his hard work, because of all his sacrifice, because of his example, and because of his being free from any desire other than serving Srila Prabhupada, I have found it possible to be able to try to do something being in one part of his shadow that he has left behind. So, Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, thank you very much for all your wonderful contribution to Srila Prabhupada's movement. And I thank all of you, his faithful servants, friends, associates, for helping him to carry on Srila Prabhupada's legacy. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanandi. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Maharaj, for accepting that offer from our Guru Maharaj to be co-GBC in his zones. Yes, I remember last year when Maharaj departed, and Guru Prasad asked me, because I was going to America, to go to Mexico City because that was his, that is still his zone. It's like exchange, because he spent so much time in India, more than any foreign GBC. Thank you, Maharaj. We'd like to call upon and request Panchagoda Prabhu to speak. And then it'll be Dina Bandhu Prabhu. Then Shruta Kirti Prabhu. Then from the Mataji side, I will ask Mahadevi Mataji. Second, if I may request, the doors over there, main entrance can be closed, at least half closed, so that we can have a little bit of cool air here.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschacha Deshatarane Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj Ki. Well, Guru Prasad Maharaj and Lokanath Maharaj said so much, everything I thought about saying. Again, when I came with my family in '93, Gopal Krishna Maharaj asked me, he knew I was a book distributor, also had some management in Florida. So he said, you stay here, you help Kadambakana Maharaj with the management. I was thinking Vrindavan, Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, chanting and dancing, retire, be happy. But he was very determined, and so I thank him very much for engaging me in service. That was back in '93. Also, I saw whenever when Maharaj would visit Vrindavan, he spent some time discussing. It's late, he's doing his puja, and I figured now he's going to rest, but the whole outside is lined up with disciples ready to see him, and not looking out for any discomfort, always very caring in a personable way for all his disciples. You can see by all the leaders he's created, this Krishna Shakti Vinana Hetara Pravartanat, he was definitely empowered, like the Shakti Vaishavatar. No one can preach or spread the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu the way he did. And I've noticed even in intense meetings or sometimes the very emotional meetings, he always kept his cool. He was always very conscientious, Vaishnava etiquette, but very dedicated, extremely dedicated to Prabhupada and Prabhupada's mission. Then again, after some time, he requested back in, 2009, that I take more responsibility here. So last 15, 16 years working with Maharaj as the temple president here in Vrindavan. And he very much, although I'm sure he's eager for Kurukshetra, and we all are, but Vrindavan also was a big concern for Maharaj. He wanted that everything be managed nicely, and the book distribution be strong. Everything should be in detail, neat and clean. So I'm very much appreciating the devotees' efforts and how much dedication by Maharaj's influence and how much love for someone to move another person to be excited and enthusiastic and energetic for spreading Krishna consciousness. He himself has to have that power. When I heard that lecture, Maharaj was very animated and very, very to the point, very clear. So I see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sending Gopal Krishna Maharaj in the early days and assisting Srila Prabhupada in his mission of spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world. And all the temples are growing and manifesting, just like Prabhupada was always remembering his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, giving all credit to his Guru Maharaj for any success or achievements. So in the same way, Gopal Krishna Maharaj is recognizing, is by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, that he is being empowered to empower others who are sincerely trying to help spread Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission. So I thank Maharaj, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, for dragging me to India, and he was very instrumental to give us an opportunity to serve here in Vrindavan Dham and meet so many wonderful Vaishnavas and have an opportunity to all chant, dance together, and feast together. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj ki. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Panchagoda Prabhu. Was that words spoken? Was that short? Concisely? It's true eloquence. Panchagoda Prabhu, thank you. Now, Dinabandhu Prabhu, thank you.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chaksurun Militam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah Sri Chaitanya Manubhistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapanandikam. Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Panchakalpatrubhischa kripasindhubhaivacha patitanam bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So we're gathered here on this Dwadasi day, in the month of Chaitra, I guess. Or maybe this is Vaisakh now, huh? The day that our very, very dear godbrother, Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, returned to the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada and Sri Sri Krishna Balaram. So, as everyone said, this was such a huge loss for ISKCON, because everybody is told it's just unimaginable. I'm totally in awe at the service that Gopal Krishna Maharaj has done in this world. And they say that you can tell a tree by its fruits. And here, I'm sitting here, I thought we made this hall so big, but I see there's so many fruits just from Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, and so many bright faces are here. So I have no doubt. We're always wondering, what will happen. But you're all here to carry on and take example from, we all need to take example from Gopal Krishna Maharaj. As everybody has been saying, he was completely dedicated to fulfilling desire of Srila Prabhupada, no separate desire whatsoever. And he was so interested in that one thing that, he was very intelligent. He saw that the thing that pleased Prabhupada the most was distributing books. And we always see somehow or other Indian Yatra always number one. Thanks to Gopal Krishna Maharaj. And it's totally amazing that just in the NCR, the Delhi area, there are 15 temples at least. Oh, now it's 21. All right, I'm behind the times. I'm getting old now, getting behind. 21, and not just a little center, not that we just took an old house and painted it funny colors and put a sign, Radha Krishna Temple. These are huge temples. I'm totally amazed. I just went to the last one that he inaugurated, that Rohini temple is such a jewel. All of the temples are such jewels, and now Dwarka, this temple is coming up, another jewel, so many jewels. We were just in Vrindavan about a month ago. We returned from South America visiting Guru Prasad Maharaj's zone, and we stayed there in Vrindavan. So many beautiful temples, huge temples, not just ordinary temples. No ordinary person can do this, as we've heard. Krishna Shakti Vina Neya Pravarta. He must have had because he was dedicated to fulfilling Srila Prabhupada's desire. Therefore, all these wonderful things, and you're all very fortunate you have him as a spiritual master. I can't imagine. When I first saw this Krishna Hall, I thought, this is so huge, but just, it's not even enough space for just the disciples of Gopal Krishna Maharaj. What to speak of anyone else? So, but despite all of that, he was always so loving and so concerned. Whenever, for some medical things, I had to stay in Delhi, he would come all the way down to my room. I was surprised. He always invited me to come and take prasad with him. He would come down to my room. He would call every day to make sure everything. Just imagine, I can't even do, I'm not even the dust of his lotus feet, but he was doing so many things. But he was still so concerned. So this is such a, one way it's a sad day, the first anniversary of his disappearance, but this is the day that we have to, we take strength and inspiration from all the devotees to push forward, just like we say in South America, in Maharaj's zone, por delante como Gajendra elefante. So it's a great honor to be here with all of you wonderful devotees. I see so, like we say it, we know a tree by its fruit, and I see so many bright faces here. I just can't imagine the potency that Gopal Krishna Maharaj had, and all of you together, because as we said, there's a huge loss, big hole. You all have to fill that hole, and you're doing that. I'm seeing so many wonderful programs going on, so many wonderful devotees in this zone. It's just amazing. Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Dina Bandhu Prabhu. We'd like to call Shrutakirti Prabhu. 3 in a row, Brajabasis who live in Vrindavan. Then Mahadevi Mataji and Anada Mataji. Yes? Yes. And Sarvadrik Prabhu next, after the Matajis.
Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimad Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pachani Nirvi Sesa Sanyavadi Paskajade Satarani. All my God brothers and my God sister has said everything that I was hoping to say. One thing I've realized over the last few days here, and as others have said, what Gopal Krishna Maharaj has done, it's like trying to describe the qualities of Srila Prabhupada. You can go on for a very long time. And me, of course, being with Srila Prabhupada for a long time, and over the last 5 years, I've had the opportunity to see Gopal Krishna Maharaj. And how I see the great devotees, from my observation, they all have one thing in common. They're very, very regulated. I saw that with Srila Prabhupada. Very regulated. You might think he was just managing constantly. But I saw a very different person. I saw a person who was chanting his rounds, getting his rounds done, pulling down his beads on the counter beads. Person that did bhajan every afternoon, reading his books. Prabhupada reading his own books, chanting bhajans. Of course, he had his favorites, Narottam Das Thakur, Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And I saw that with Gopal Krishna Maharaj. I always knew when he was here because he was offering arti to Krishna Balaram. If he was here, he was offering arti to Krishna Balaram. And then going back to his quarters, where he had his altars, his deities, his shilas. So in this way, this is how one is empowered. He followed, as was said, Prabhupada's orders so very carefully. Just as Prabhupada did. He printed books, book distribution. Gopal Krishna Maharaj, so many millions of books he's been distributed. But in the 1 or 2 minutes I wanted to talk is what I see amongst all these other things is all of you, his disciples, his followers. And I know I came yesterday and one of his disciples were saying to me, so many of his leaders are here. Gopal Krishna Maharaj's leaders, his temple's managers. It's one thing to create, but he made a system to maintain as well. That's mode of goodness. We know creation is, people can create, but then after you created, what happens? But he's made leaders. He's taught you over the course of 50 years and more how to lead, how to manage these temples, how to manage book distribution in so many ways. He's created thousands and thousands, tens of thousands. There's many kinds of disciples, but I see his disciples very, very serious. So many serious disciples have taken up his mission, which was the same as Prabhupada's mission. And this is why the potency is there. This is why he was able to do so much. As was said, he always followed Srila Prabhupada's orders. And all of you, your duty is to follow his orders. He set the example for you. He gave you so many instructions, so many classes. We hear these classes. And I see that he was very diligent in accomplishing that. He accomplished that because he had potency. He had the potency because all he wanted to do was satisfy Srila Prabhupada. And all of you, you'll also have that same ability. You'll have the power if you just try to please your spiritual master. You just try to please Gopal Krishna Maharaj, you'll have all success. I told a little bit, one story. I have, of course, some of you who live here know I'm married. My wife, Vishaka Saki, her sister-in-law, she works in the deity care department, and she's very expert. She makes jewelry. She came here just because her sister-in-law said, come to Vrindavan, you can do something here. And for the last few years, she's been developing this jewelry making, becoming more and more beautiful. If you saw the deities this morning, you'll see different sets of jewelry were on them. These were all her designs. And she was only doing it because her sister-in-law encouraged her. Until one night, she had a dream. And Gopal Krishna Maharaj appeared to her. She's not an initiated girl. And he told her the importance of the disciplic succession. He told her the importance of following parampara, and that she was able to do this service just by following in the disciplic succession. And he encouraged her in that way. And he also saw in this dream, he came and he told her, he understood what her difficulty was, what her issue was, what was there. And he told her he cleared it for her. And he did. Just in 5 minutes, coming before her. So this is something we all have to understand, just like sometimes Prabhupada, he comes to me in a special way. Gopal Krishna Maharaj, His Holiness, he's following in the disciplic succession. And if you just take shelter of him in that way, you can do wonderful things because he's not gone. They're never gone. We say that song every time on Disappearance Day. We always sing the same song. We always chant the same song. So he's there eternally for all of us. He's still GBC. He's helping you there, Maharaj, GBC. He can give inspiration. Not an ordinary person. No pure devotee, not an ordinary person. He was very pure, as you've heard. So that's what I see, as that he's empowering thousands of you to distribute his books, to maintain these temples he's created. He didn't just make temples. He made the ability that these temples would be taken care of very nicely. So I'm seeing more and more as time goes by just how wonderful Maharaj is and just how much potency he had by purely following Srila Prabhupada's instructions. And we can all do the same thing by following that same method. So thank you. Hare Krishna. Gopal Krishna Maharaj Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Sutta Kirti Prabhu. Would like to appreciate and would like to thank the God brothers and God sisters of our Guru Maharaj to be always there for us, to guide us. we should consider them also as representatives of Guru Maharaj, and especially Srila Prabhupada. So take advantage of them whenever you can. Try to serve them and inquire from them. They're like our Siksha Gurus. So now, Ananda Mataji? Yes. And then Mahadevi Mataji? After, okay. And then Sarvadrik Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for allowing me to share something. We're all very fortunate to be in this Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya. This is a sampradaya that doesn't let its followers down. So everyone here has made the perfect choice. About my dear god brother, Gopal Krishna Maharaj. I didn't get to know him person to person that much, but spiritually I feel very close to him because I know Prabhupada was his heart and soul, and Srila Prabhupada loved Gopal Krishna as his dear son. And when you have that kind of relationship, things can't go wrong. I remember right after Srila Prabhupada left, Gopal Krishna Maharaj would come through London sometimes, through Bhaktivedanta Manor. And we used to have these little pendants of Srila Prabhupada. After Prabhupada left, all we wanted to do was distribute pictures of Prabhupada, speak about Prabhupada, everything Prabhupada, Prabhupada. And it was the same with, whenever he went through, whenever he came through, he would ask me for some pendants, because he liked to have them on his bead bags. So he was totally attached to Srila Prabhupada, and that's why he could sacrifice everything to push on Mahaprabhu's desire, which comes through our disciplic succession, through Srila Prabhupada, to personalities such as Gopal Krishna Maharaj, who are definitely super exalted, as other devotees have mentioned. He spoke very little sometimes. That lecture was amazing. He spoke quite a bit there, but it was all pure Shastra. And the purity with which he delivered it would go straight to the heart, because that purity is coming from the disciplic succession, as other devotees have mentioned, and I'm confirming. So this is a very, very special opportunity. We all understand that any service we're able to accomplish, big or small, is an empowerment from Srila Prabhupada. So some devotees, they're able to stay humble in spite of performing huge services to the disciplic succession. And Gopal Krishna Maharaj is definitely one of those, and a great asset to Srila Prabhupada's movement, which is eternal. So how fortunate we are that our association is eternal. There's one instance in Mumbai when Arundhati and I we called the lift to go down, and the doors opened and Gopal Krishna Maharaj was there. So we said, "Oh, we're sorry, Maharaj, please carry on." But no, Maharaj, being the perfect godbrother and gentleman, perfect gentleman, he said, no, you ladies go in, and he went down the stairs. And that wasn't so long ago, it was just a few years ago. Prabhupada has described that the first qualification of a devotee is that he's a perfect gentleman. So many qualities that Gopal Krishna Maharaj emulated. We need to be true to our situation and emulate those qualities. If we're so lucky that we can distribute books or manage or whatever, do it in a way that he would be pleased, with attention to detail as well, that no one's feelings should be hurt, nothing should be wasted, Krishna's energy shouldn't be wasted. So many things to learn, and time is short, life is short. We need to be as kind as possible to each other, to everything, to everyone, and carry on this amazing movement, remembering that Krishna is watching and hearing all of us, from the little spider to Hanumanji. So our only prayer is that we can develop our individual and communal sincerity so that we can attract people, so that we're transparent and we can attract people to Srila Prabhupada, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, and Krishna Balaram in a way that they feel secure and happy. Nitai Gaur Premanande, thank you all for following him so nicely and being such nice examples and inspiration to all of us. All glory to Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you, Mataji. So Mahadevi Mataji, and then Sarvadrik, and then Sridham Prabhu. Okay, after Sarvadrik Prabhu, and then after Devakinandan Prabhu, after Sridham Prabhu.
Namo Vishnuvedaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Paskachade Shatarane. And can I hear Gopal Krishna Maharaj's mantra?
Namo Vishnuvedaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Prabhupadasya Sahityam Yapakasha Vitiryacha Pracharam Kitavan Sadhu Bhagavad-Padai Te Namo Namaha.
Jai Ho Gopal Krishna Maharaj Ki Jai. So Maharaj, I'm so grateful to you for so many Vaishnava qualities that I had the good fortune of seeing and experiencing when you would come to Vrindavan. One particular one was your chaste relationship with Lakshmi, with money. Just like Srila Prabhupada, always following in Prabhupada's footsteps as example. Whenever Prabhupada would get money, he would immediately use it in Krishna service. So the same with His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Living in such humble ways as we've seen around the world. Maharaj never wanted anything opulent. Even here in Vrindavan, he could have lived in a palace, but he chose to always stay in the Krishna Balaram guest house. And whenever he would get money, he would turn it over to someone and use this in Prabhupada's mission. We all remember, Prabhupada disciples, where we were when Prabhupada left the planet. I remember I was in O'Hara Airport distributing books. And at that time, many of us, we had quotas of collecting $800 to $1,000 a day. So times that 6 years, you can do the math. But we never thought of taking even a farthing, because Prabhupada had taught us that money, Lakshmi Devi, belongs with Krishna, belongs in the service of Krishna. So in that same way, I was always very drawn to whenever I heard how Gopal Krishna Maharaj always used Lakshmi in the service of Krishna. And even when people would give him donations, I've heard, I never really personally seen, but I have many devotees here who tell me stories of Gopal Krishna Maharaj, and he would always give it. Use this, and give to someone who he could trust would use in Prabhupada's mission. So also, Maharaj, as we've mentioned before, very kind and not differentiating so much between genders. He would take his walk in MVT, and I would run inside and try to find some Mahaprasad and bring it out to him, and he'd always take a few minutes. And I saw this with many devotees. How are you? How is your health? Like that. And we would also reciprocate with him. Maharaj, thank you for being here. If he gave class that day. Another reason why I was very much attracted to Gopal Krishna Maharaj's character is that when he gave class, always on Prabhupada's books, always repeating what he read in Srila Prabhupada's books, always encouraging us to read Srila Prabhupada's books and apply what we're learning, Vaishnava behavior, devotee care, using Krishna's money in Prabhupada's mission. So many other speakers. One last thing is we remember when Prabhupada left, we had to take shelter of what Prabhupada had told us and is still telling us today, reading his books, repeating what we hear in Prabhupada's books or hearing his classes every day. So important that we hear our spiritual master's voice. It's like Shabda, it's sacred sound vibration. It enters the heart and you feel immediately uplifted from whatever the material situation is that may be around you. So in hearing Srila Prabhupada's classes, and it encouraged me to repeat what I would hear from Srila Prabhupada. So many times I encouraged the Gopal Krishna Maharaj's disciples to repeat, tell me something. I asked them, tell me what you've heard from Maharaj today, or tell me something that you remember that it stands out in your consciousness, how you're applying that particular instruction. So just recently, I was asking Dharmatma Prabhu what recently he had heard from Gopal Krishna Maharaj, and he told me this about a week ago, and every day I've been reflecting on this. Gopal Krishna Maharaj said, to live our lives in such a way where we will not have regret at the end of this life. So it's very, very wonderful, this word regret. We don't want to feel like we didn't do something that maybe we could have done. Maybe we've offended some devotee. Did we go to that devotee? And even if we were right or wrong, oh, my dear Prabhu, oh, my dear Vaishnava, please forgive me if there's been any kind of quarrel between us. Or maybe something that you're working on. And, we all procrastinate sometimes. I'm working on something now I've been putting off for some time. And try to follow through with that project. Or maybe Maharaj asked you personally to follow through with something. Even if it's just chanting our 16 rounds or more, if we can, attentively. That's a very big instruction. To chant attentively is not commonplace. We certainly have to find a place where we can chant and not be disturbed. And that was the third thing when I was thinking of how Maharaj has inspired me, is sadhana. it was just, you could practically tell what time it was by Maharaj's sadhana. And I'm certainly, I don't know if I could ever be as strict as he was, but his example, when we have pure devotees like this who have come amongst us, we can take shelter of their example, their devotional behavior. So I wanted to, the last 2 days I've been hearing from Gopal Krishna Maharaj's disciples glorifying him, and I'm so moved and so inspired by all of you who have taken up Prabhupada's mission. Like all of us, Prabhupada, we're still on a mission. And so all of you have taken up this mission with so much dedication and so much sincerity. And yesterday and the day, I was literally moved to tears to hear the love of his disciples, Maharaj's disciples. So if there's any way I can be of any service to anybody, if any of you would like to join the drama offerings that we do, or help me in assisting, serving elderlies, those services are available. But even if there's anything we can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask us. And all glories to your services to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji. Yes, we've heard many times Srila Prabhupada's lectures. I hear them practically every day. But after the departure of our Guru Maharaj, hearing his lectures is very powerful also. Been traveling with Guru Maharaj for 27 years, so I hear his lecture practically every day. But after his departure, the potency of the lecture is multiplied so much. So as Mahadevi Mataji says, we should try to make it a point to hear Guru Maharaj's lectures every day. Sarvadrik Prabhu, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Gopal Krishna Goswami Iti Namane Vancha Kalpatubhischa Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah. We've heard from many devotees of the glorious accomplishments of this extraordinary devotee, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj. But let us put it in context, to understand in context of the accomplishments of other Vaishnavacharyas. Ramanujacharya never left India. Madhvacharya never left India. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur never left India. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur never left India. And by their mercy, by the mercy of Acharyas, by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada in particular, this devotee not only left India, but built temples all over India. No one in all of ISKCON, and practically speaking, no other Vaishnavacharya has accomplished what he has accomplished, leaving behind the structure through which hundreds and thousands, perhaps millions of people will return back to Goloka Vrindavan. Srila Prabhupada told our esteemed godbrother, our revered godbrother, His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj, he says, I've given you the kingdom of God, now develop it. In the same way, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj has given you temples, beautiful temples, extraordinary temples. I happen to be very fortunate to be staying at the Rohini temple, which isn't just a temple. It is a Rajasthani palace. Every corner of the temple is covered with beautiful decoration. It is from the spiritual world. and hundreds of thousands of people who visit these temples and become inspired to worship the deity in these temples will all go back to Godhead. That is the contribution of this extraordinary devotee. Inspired by Srila Prabhupada's own example. Srila Prabhupada only initiated 5,000 devotees. But he inspired by his blessing that Krishna consciousness would spread to every town and village on the face of the world. That the name of Krishna is being spoken and chanted and sung on every corner of the planet, somewhere, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, an ISKCON devotee is chanting the holy name of Krishna. And in the same way, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, someone somewhere on the face of the planet is receiving prasadam from the hand of an ISKCON devotee. This is unprecedented accomplishment that was achieved by the mercy of our Guru Parampara, because this is the method for getting Krishna. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote, he sung, Krishna se tomar, Krishna dite par, tomar shakati ache. Amito kanga, Krishna Krishna bole daye taba pache pache. He said, Krishna is yours. Krishna is controlled by his pure devotee. This is the most extraordinary thing, that the infinitesimal jiva soul controls the omniscient, unlimited Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna belongs to the pure devotee. So what is our position? The devotee feels, Amito Kangal, I'm simply a beggar, useless, fallen person. Pamara, Adhama, useless person. But what am I doing? I'm simply following my Guru, chanting Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. And this is the source of the power of any Acharya. And this is the source of the power of this great Acharya, His Holiness Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. He was chanting Krishna, Krishna, and Prabhupada, Prabhupada. He wasn't chanting money, money. He wasn't chanting influence, influence, position, position, worship, worship. He chanted Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Prabhupada was everything to him. And if we do the same thing in this society, where Srila Prabhupada is our Acharya, then the future is very, very bright. And that is our hope for all of you, to become strict followers of Srila Prabhupada, following in the footsteps of your Guru Maharaj. And this is the process of self-realization. Spiritual life is not an easy thing. Mahabharata says, Mahajano yenagatasya panta, dharmasya tattam nihitam guhayam, Mahajano yenagatasya panta. Where will you find the truth? It is hidden within the heart of the pure devotee. Examine the heart of your Guru. Examine the heart of the founder Acharya of this institution, ISKCON, and you'll find that they're the same. Guru Nishta, fully dedicated to the mission of their spiritual master. So if all of you do the same thing, then there is all hope that this institution will expand more and more and more. Srila Prabhupada initiated 5,000 devotees. Your Guru Maharaj initiated 45,000 devotees, 8 times. And if you initiate 8 times 45,000, 340,000 disciples, each of you can do by the mercy of Guru Parampara. Because the same mercy that came to your Guru, that came to Prabhupada, is coming to each and every one of you who follows in the footsteps of your spiritual master. Please do this. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jai Nitya Leela Pravishtam Vishnupad Paramahansa Paribrajagacharya Ashtottara Sitachishiman Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Bhagavad ki jai.
Thank you, Sarbadrik Prabhu. His base is in Mayapur, Shidam Mayapur. Go Ranga! Joy Nitai! Shidam Prabhu. Then Devakinandan Prabhu. Then Sarvabhauma Prabhu. After Devakinandan Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. अभी सुबह से हम लोग इंग्लिश स्पीकर से सुन रहे थे, अभी हम हिंदी में बोलेंगे। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारने निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। श्रील प्रभुपाद की, श्रील गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी महाराज की। वांछा कल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिंधुवेव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। तो ज़्यादा तो नहीं बोल पाएंगे, टाइम थोड़ा है, लेकिन ज़्यादा हम दिल्ली में बोलेंगे। दिल्ली में 27 तारीख को वहाँ पर चल रहा है, बहुत बड़ा फंक्शन चल रहा है महाराज की पुण्यतिथि के उपलक्ष्य में, तो वहाँ पर ज़्यादा टाइम होगा। मैं बड़ा भाग्यशाली रहा हूँ कि गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी का संग मुझे 1975 से मिला, लगभग 50 साल से ऊपर, और मेरे से बहुत ही प्यार भी करते थे, मैं भी प्यार करता था उनको बहुत। प्रभुपाद जी का मिशन था कि पूरे दुनिया में प्रचार हो, और उसी उपलक्ष्य में भारतवर्ष में वो प्रचार करने के लिए प्रभुपाद जी ने महाराज को भेजा था। लेकिन उस समय ये समस्या थी कि हमारे पास हिंदी की बुक्स कोई नहीं थी, सारी इंग्लिश की बुक्स थी। तो महाराज चाहते थे कि सबसे पहले भगवद गीता एज इट इज जो है, भगवद गीता यथारूप के रूप में प्रिंट की जाए, लेकिन उसके पहले ट्रांसलेशन चाहिए था उसका। एक दिन मुझे साथ में लेकर के, मुझे याद नहीं कहाँ गए थे हम लोग, दिल्ली में, तो एक राजीव गुप्ता थे, उनके पिताजी एम्बेसडर थे कहीं विदेश में, वो पीएचडी कर रहा था लड़का, उसको बोला कि तुम ट्रांसलेशन कर सकते हो भगवद गीता एज इट इज की। तो उसने एग्री किया, हालांकि ISKCON से पैसा बहुत लिया उसने, लेकिन ट्रांसलेशन कर दिया उसने। ऐसे करके हिज होलिनेस गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी की प्रयास से पहली भगवद गीता हिंदी में यथारूप छपी। लेकिन उसमें थोड़ी डिफिकल्टी ये थी कि वो प्रभुपाद जी की इंग्लिश की किताब जो है वो पढ़ना आसान थी, वो हिंदी की किताब पढ़नी बड़ी मुश्किल थी। उसके लिए भी डिक्शनरी रखनी पड़ती थी पास में। खैर बाद में फिर कई नए संस्करण आए हैं। इस प्रकार महाराज का इतना ख्याल रहता था कि किसी ना किसी तरीके से सबको प्रचार में लगाया जाए। एक दफ़ा प्रभुपाद जी के साथ बुद्धा जयंती गार्डन में सैर करने के लिए गए हुए थे, तो वहाँ पर प्रभुपाद जी ने अपनी इच्छा प्रकट की कि दिल्ली के चारों कोनों में कम से कम एक मंदिर होना चाहिए और एक कृष्णा जयंती पार्क भी होना चाहिए। तो प्रभुपाद जी की कृपा से परम पूजनीय गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज ने प्रभुपाद जी की इच्छा पूरी की। केवल 4 कोनों में नहीं, 25 लगभग मंदिर बना दिए। प्रभुपाद जी के बाद हमने सोचा था कि हम तो अनाथ हो गए हैं, लेकिन हमारे सनाथ होने में कोई देर नहीं लगी। 1975 में गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज आ गए। उसके बाद परम पूजनीय लोकनाथ महाराज भी वहाँ पर हमारे मंदिर के प्रेसिडेंट बने आकर के। उनके साथ भी मेरा संग बहुत रहा है। ठीक है, एक बात बताता हूँ आपको। राधा पार्था सारथी जो हैं, सबसे पहले वो थे आनंद निकेतन में, फिर बंगाली मार्केट में, फिर लाजपत नगर में, और लाजपत नगर में हिज होलिनेस लोकनाथ महाराज वहाँ पर आ गए। तो वहाँ के बाद फिर ग्रेटर कैलाश एम ब्लॉक में एक अपनी बिल्डिंग हुई। उससे हम कह सकते हैं कि देखिए, पहले डेफिनेशन सुनिए, मंदिर किसको कहते हैं? जहाँ भगवान की विग्रह है। पहले भगवान किराए पे रहते थे और उसके बाद एम ब्लॉक ग्रेटर कैलाश में आ गए, तो उसमें लोकनाथ महाराज का भी बहुत योगदान है। इस प्रकार कह सकते हैं कि पहला छोटा मंदिर लोकनाथ महाराज ने, और उसके बाद बड़ा मंदिर जो है राधा पार्था सारथी का संत नगर, जो अभी आप देख रहे हैं, वो बना है। कभी कभी रात को महाराज मुझे बुला लेते थे टेलीफोन, श्रीधाम आज आ रहे हो? मैं क्या, हाँ प्रभु जी, महाराज जी आ रहा हूँ मैं अभी। कई दफ़ा तो कुछ बात भी नहीं होती थी, ऐसे ही जाकर के मैं बैठ जाता था और आधे घंटे बाद बोलते, अच्छा आपको नींद आ रही है जाइए। कभी कभी दोपहर को बुला लेते थे 2 बजे 2:30 बजे लगभग। कृष्णांगी या फिर कृष्ण प्रिया जी की पत्नी हैं उर्मिला माता जी, उनको बुलाते, उर्मिला श्रीधाम के लिए भी लंच प्रसाद लाइए। मैं तो प्रसाद ले लिया, नहीं खाई। वो जबरदस्ती मुझे लंच के लिए भी कभी कभी बुला लेते थे वो। एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बात आपको कहने जा रहा हूं, वो ये है कि एक बार दोपहर के समय महाराज ने मुझे फ़ोन किया, लगभग 12:30-1 का टाइम होगा, श्रीधाम आप आ सकते हैं? मैं क्या, हाँ आ सकता हूँ। गया तो वहाँ पर कुछ लेडीज़ बैठी थी, कोई वीआईपी लेडीज़ थी, वो बैठी हुई थी, उनसे बातें हो रही थी। मैंने प्रणाम किया और बैठ के, कहते नहीं नीचे मत बैठो, आप सामने सोफा पड़ा हुआ है वहाँ पर बैठ जाओ। मैं तो नीचे बैठूंगा। जब लेडीज़ के बात हो गई, वो चली गई, तो मैंने कहा महाराज जी मेरे लिए क्या हुक्म है? नहीं आपको तो मैंने कोई खास काम नहीं था, इसलिए बुलाया था कि मैंने इनसे बात करनी है, तो कोई ना कोई होना चाहिए। तो इससे हमें ये शिक्षा मिलती है, गृहस्थी को ब्रह्मचारी और सन्यासी को कभी भी अकेले में किसी स्त्री से बात नहीं करनी चाहिए। ये शिक्षा गोपाल महाराज जी से हमें सीखनी है। इस प्रकार बड़ा आनंद से जीवन चल रहा था हमारा आध्यात्मिक जीवन, लेकिन एक दिन महाराज जी हमें बीच मझधार में छोड़ करके चले गए। लेकिन ऐसे हमारे शास्त्र कहते हैं कि जो वैष्णव हैं वो कभी मरते नहीं हैं, वो हमारे साथ हैं। जब हम उनकी शिक्षाओं का पालन करते हैं तो वो हमेशा हमारे साथ में रहते हैं। महाराज एक बात और कहते हैं, लास्ट में ये बता रहा हूँ मैं, ये कि महाराज ने एक दफ़ा कहा था कि मेरे जाने के बाद मेरे शिष्य जो हैं आपस में कितना मिल करके बैठते हैं, उससे पता चलेगा कि मेरे से कितना प्यार करते हैं मेरे शिष्य। तो इसलिए महाराज के बिहाफ के ऊपर मैं आप जो उनके शिष्य हैं उन सबको प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि आपस में एकता बना के रखिए, प्यार से रहिए। छोटा मोटा कोई डिफरेंस होता है, यहाँ पर 2 बर्तन होते हैं वो टकराते हैं, लेकिन छोटा मोटा डिफरेंस है उसको समाप्त कीजिए। श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय, परम पूज्य गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज की धन्यवाद। बाकी बातें दिल्ली में होंगी। हरे कृष्ण।
Thank you, Sridham Prabhu. Now I would like to call and request Devakinandan Prabhu. Then I would like to read from Braja Bilas Prabhu's message in honor of our Guru Maharaj, then Sarvabhauma Prabhu, then Prashanta Mataji. Yes? Hare Krishna.
No, tell me.
Well, if you can speak for 10 minutes, that will be good. Please.
हरे कृष्णा। तो श्रीराम प्रभु ने कहा कि सब लोग इंग्लिश बोले, कुछ हिंदी वाले बोलना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम भारत में हैं। जिनके पास हाथ है एक बार थोड़ा हाथ उठा लो, कुछ शोर लगाए जग जाएंगे कम से कम। अरे कैमरा वाले उधर ले लो, फोटो वोटो अच्छा लगा रहा है। बोलो हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। परम पूज्य हिज होलिनेस गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी महाराज की। नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी नीति नामिने प्रभुपादस्य साहित्य य प्रकाश्च वितिर्च प्रचारं कृतवान् साधु भगवत्पादाय ते नमः। नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी नीति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चादेशतारिणे वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यश्च पत्तानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। हरे कृष्णा। तो मेरा सौभाग्य रहा है कि जब से मैं कृष्ण भावना संघ फुल टाइम ज्वाइन किया तब से लेकर के और महाराज का संग प्राप्त हुआ उनके अंतिम क्षण तक, अंतिम दिन तक, तो मैं कहूँगा कि ये मेरा सौभाग्य है। और वे हमारे शिक्षा गुरु हैं। हमको सब प्रकार से उन्होंने शिक्षा दिया, सिखाया। हिज होलिनेस गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज, जैसे कहा जाता है कि 2 प्रकार के भागवत होते हैं, ग्रंथ भागवत और पुरुष भागवत। श्रील प्रभुपाद महाभागवत हैं, पुरुष भागवत हैं। और उन्होंने बहुत से ऐसे महाभागवत को क्रिएट किया, जिसमें से एक हैं हमारे परम पूज्य गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी महाराज, जो गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज हैं कौन संसार के लिए, सब भक्तों के लिए और मेरे लिए। मैं 3 बात पर आज अपने विचार को रखूंगा। जिस प्रकार से कोई कुशाग्र बुद्धि का जो बच्चा होता है वह जीवन में निर्धारित कर लेता है मुझे क्या करना है, और बिना समय गंवाए वह उस कार्य में लगा रहता है। वैसे ही हमारे परम पूज्य गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज पहले दिन से, जब से प्रभुपाद जी से मिले थे, जो कि मैं सुनते आ रहा हूं पुराने भक्तों से, तब से लेकर के अंतिम दिन तक उन्होंने निर्णय कर लिया था कि मुझे भगवान के धाम में जाना है। और इसके लिए वो एक एक पल सावधानी पूर्वक भगवान के सेवा में लगाए। सब भगवान के सेवा में, भगवान के भक्ति में, भगवान के धाम जाने में सबसे बड़ा यदि ऑब्स्ट्रकल है, कुछ बहुत बड़ा कठिनाई है, और वह है वैष्णव अपराध। हिज होलिनेस गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज बड़े सतर्क थे कि किसी प्रकार से वैष्णव अपराध न होने पावे, न तो वाणी से, न तो उनके आचरण से, न तो उनके चाल चलन से, न तो उनके व्यवहार से, किसी प्रकार से नहीं। महाराज का एक श्लोक बड़ा फेमस था, आप लोगों को यदि याद होगा तो, और वह था बहु जन्मे करी यदि श्रवण कीर्तन तब हूं ना पावे कृष्ण पदे प्रेम धन। प्राय उनके लेक्चरों में आप सुने होंगे। मैं एक दिन सोच रहा था कि महाराज बार बार ये श्लोक क्यों बोलते हैं। इसका मतलब यह है कि वे चाहते थे कृष्ण प्रेम धन को प्राप्त करना, और कृष्ण प्रेम धन को प्राप्त करने में यदि कोई बाधा है तो वैष्णव अपराध हाथी माता, सबसे बड़ा जो है हाथी माता जो है वैष्णव अपराध। मैं देखा हूं उन्हें कैसे नेग्लेक्ट किया गया महाराज को। मैंने देखा है कैसे उनको लोग नीचा दिखाने का प्रयास किए, चाहे वो जीबीसी मीटिंग हो चाहे पर्सनल हो। मुझे याद है एक बार हम लोग जा रहे थे बॉम्बे में, पहले था कि सब लोग साथ में प्रसाद खाते थे, चाहे जीबीसी हो चाहे एबीसी हो, कोई भी हो, साथ में खाते थे। हम लोग जा रहे थे प्रसाद खाने के लिए, क्लास आई थिंक उस दिन उन्होंने दिया था शायद, कोई दिया था। तो हम करीब 90-80 का बात है, हम जा रहे थे तो एक आम का पेड़ है 2 रोड के बीच में, और वहाँ जा रहे थे, कुछ बात करते हुए जा रहे थे। महाराज जीबीसी थे, उनका ऑफिस था रूम नंबर 107 उन दिनों। तो हम जा रहे थे और प्रसाद खा करके एक भक्त आ रहे थे, आज भी वे जीवित हैं, वृंदावन में ही रहते हैं। और पता नहीं क्यों अनायास से गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज को झापड़ मार दिए, झापड़ मार के चल दिए। मैं देख रहा हूँ क्या हो रहा है, और हम लोग समझ पाते तो चल दिए थे। महाराज ने कहा कोई बात नहीं, उसका ऐसा ही आदत है, बस इतना ही किए और कुछ नहीं। हम लोग चल दिए, मुझे बड़ा दुख लगा, लेकिन महाराज उसे अपराध के रूप में नहीं लिए, जो भी है। फिर थोड़ा दूर हम लोग आगे गए तो अभी जो गोविंदा का और विष्णु के बीच में एक गली है, उससे पहले एक कुआं हुआ करता था। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कैसे महाराज अपराध नहीं ले रहे थे। हम लोग प्राय प्रसाद खाने से पहले या कुछ वक्त प्रसाद खा कर करके वहाँ बैठते थे, और शाम को उसका नाम था प्रजल्प कुआं। बैठ करके खाने के बाद पचाने के लिए प्रजल्प करते थे, राइट। सूरज स्वरूप महामंत्र को याद होगा आप लोगों को। महाराज ने कहा इसका नाम प्रजल्प कुआं नहीं, का नाम बदल देना चाहिए। उस समय गृहस्थ थे बाय द वे। तो कहे इसका नाम होना चाहिए न्यूज स्टैंड। समाचार का जो स्टैंड होता है ना, यहाँ पर न्यूज मिला, पूरा हरे कृष्ण लाइन का न्यूज शाम को जरूर वहाँ मिल जाएगा। आप बैठ जाओ, कौन क्या कर रहा है, क्या क्या आज हुआ, सब पता चल जाएगा। एनीवे, तो मैं कह रहा था कि कैसे महाराज इन सब चीज़ों से, स्पेशली वैष्णव अपराध से बचते थे। कीर्तनानंद महाराज एक बार नहीं 2-3 बार हमसे कहे थे कि जानते हो मुझ में और गोपाल में अंतर क्या है। आई एम ऑफेंसिव वेयर ही इज डिफेंसिव। मैं अपराध करता हूं और बेचारा वो सहन कर लेता है। हमेशा ये कहते थे, एक बार नहीं कई एक बार कहे। तो मैं कह रहा था कि महाराज बिल्कुल तैयारी कर रहे थे शुरू से ही। एक तो हो गया अपराध नहीं करते थे, दूसरा नाम में रुचि। वास्तव में जिसको नाम में रुचि है वही व्यक्ति है जो कि समझ सकता है कृष्ण और कृष्ण से संबंधित वस्तुओं का महत्व। लोग कहते हैं ना कि मैं कल भी सुन रहा था, भक्त को कह रहे थे कि गुरु महाराज पहले से ही जानते थे कि क्या होने वाला है। ये सब नाम प्रभु का प्रभाव है। जिसको नाम में जितना रुचि रहेगा वो त्रिकालदर्शी हो सकता है। महाराज मैं 80 से ही अभी कर रहा हूँ, 107 में थे हम लोग। शाम के करीब नहीं, शाम नहीं 3 ऐसे कुछ बज रहा था, जाड़ा का दिन था। हम लोग बाहर बालकोनी में थे, कुछ बात हो रही थी। तो हमारे हरे कृष्ण लैंड में बहुत से नारियल के पेड़ हैं। तो हम लोग उस नारियल के पेड़ों को हम कॉन्ट्रैक्ट देते थे नारियल वालों को, वो तोड़ कर ले जाते थे। तो एक आदमी नारियल को कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हमने दिया था, उन दिनों 8,000 में दिया था। वो लेकर के जा रहा था अपने बैलगाड़ी पर। तो महाराज ने कहा वो बैलगाड़ी रुकवाओ, बैलगाड़ी रुकवाओ। मैं कहा क्यों? कहा कि अरे तुम देख नहीं रहा है? कहा कि नहीं महाराज, क्या बात है? उसको तो हम कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दे दिया, पर नारियल लेकर जा रहा है। कहा कि नहीं, नारियल ही नहीं ले जा रहा है, उसके नीचे नारियल का पत्ता रखा है, नारियल का पत्ता रखा है काट कर करके हरा हरा, उसका भी पैसा होता है। तो मैं कह रहा हूं कि जो जिसको नाम में रुचि होगी ना वो समझ जाएगा ये बात सही है। वो नारियल के पत्ता से चटाई बनाकर बेचते हैं। पहले तो जुहू में झोपड़ी वाला था तो नारियल के पत्ता से रूफ भी बनाते थे। तो एक एक चीज उसके साथ साथ महाराज कौन थे सबके लिए। ये तो अपनी तैयारी का बात, वो तो कैसे तैयार थे। 5 मिनट और बाकी है। आई पुट माई हियर 12:55 5 ऑलराइट, एनीवे आई डोंट वांट टू वेस्ट टाइम। तो जैसा कि रूप गोस्वामी बताए हैं कि 6 चीज उत्साह निश्चया धैर्य तत्त कर्म प्रवर्तनात् संग त्यागो षडोवृत्ति षडभिर भक्ति प्रसिद्धति अत्याहार प्रयासश्च प्रजल्प नियमाग्रह जनसंग लोलुप्यम षडभिर भक्ति विनश्यति। ये 12 चीज जो है महाराज में कूट कूट कर भरा हुआ था। उत्साह, महाराज हमेशा उत्साहित रहते थे। कोई भी कार्य हो, चाहे वो बुक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हो, मरते दम तक महाराज बुक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मैराथन में जरूर करने जाते थे। बस पार्टी बुक स्टॉल में जो में जाएंगे, हम लोग थक जाते थे लेकिन वो जाते थे। उनका लाइफ एंड सोल था बुक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन। इसीलिए जब लोकनाथ स्वामी महाराज उनका प्रणाम मंत्र बनाए तो उन्होंने लिखा प्रचारम कृतवान साधु भगवत गाता है तेरे माँ। राइट महाराज, याद है आपको? महाराज ने दिल्ली में बनाया उनका प्रणाम मंत्र और हम लोग भगवत पद नाम दिया उस समय। तो उत्साह, निश्चय, डिटर्मिनेशन, कुछ भी चाहते थे तो महाराज को जरूर मिल जाता था। कितने लोग हाथ पैर मारे नहीं मिलता था, लेकिन इनको मिल जाता था जरूर। तमाल कृष्ण महाराज ऐसे होनहार व्यक्ति, सबसे मोस्ट इंटेलिजेंट, वो भी हार जाते थे गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज से, क्योंकि ये चाहते थे। वैसे ही चाहते थे मुझे भगवान के धाम में जाना है, और महाराज गए, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। उसके बाद धैर्य, आई नो जानदर महाराज फाइनिंग हिमसेल्फ बट टेलिंग मी आल्सो, धैर्य। महाराज अब करूं क्या महाराज, इतना दिन का है, 47 ईयर का संघ है। धैर्य, महाराज बड़े पेशेंटली कार्य करते थे। आप लोगों को पता होगा 1974 के बाद महाराज पूरे इंडिया के जीबीसी थे। बॉम्बे में बहुत कठिन परिश्रम किए मंदिर बनाने में। लोग कहते हैं गिरिराज स्वामी ने बनाया, लेकिन इंडिया में परमिशन लेना इतना आसान नहीं है। चप्पल टूट जाते हैं, वो भी बॉम्बे में। प्रभुपाद ने कहा कि 3 लोगों से सावधान रहना, यहां पर गोस्वामियों से, मायापुर में गुरु भाइयों से, और बॉम्बे से म्युनिसिपैलिटी वालों से। तो ये गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज जा कर करके म्युनिसिपैलिटी से परमिशन लेकर आते थे, लेकर के आए, तब वो मंदिर बना। जब मंदिर बन गया तो जीबीसी उनको चेंज कर दिया। उनको वृंदावन का जिस साल मंदिर का उद्घाटन था उस साल वे बॉम्बे के जीबीसी नहीं थे। 1978 में वे वृंदावन के जीबीसी थे। 1979 में पुनः जीबीसी बनाए गए गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज, और तब से लेकर के और अंतिम दिन तक वे यहाँ के जीबीसी रहे। तो मैं कह रहा धैर्य, महाराज कितना धैर्य धारण करे, मैं इतना परिश्रम किया, मुझको हटा दिया गया। मैं तो कह रहा था कि राधारास बिहारी परीक्षा ले रहे थे। उत्साह निश्चय धैर्य तत्त कर्म प्रवर्तनात्, नो शॉर्टकट। महाराज हमेशा पूरा मॉर्निंग प्रोग्राम अटेंड किए, अपना जप किए, क्लास में आए, वैष्णव सदाचार हमेशा निभाए, किसी का सहयोग नहीं लिए। कुछ सालों में जब कभी कभी चल नहीं पाते थे, मैं पकड़ता, ना मैं चल सकता हूं, मैं चल सकता हूं, अपने बल पर। महाराज ऐसे हमारे गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज थे। उत्साह निश्चय धैर्य तत्त कर्म प्रवर्तनात् संग त्यागो। मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ संग त्यागो का उदाहरण देता हूँ। मैं तो उस दिन कह दिया था कि महाराज आप सबसे क्रूएल आदमी हो। महाराज की हम पर कृपा थी। एक दिन कहे कि चलो हम अपने माँ के पास जाते हैं। उनकी माता जी जानकी कुटी में रहती थी। हम लोग गए थे देखने के लिए माता जी को, और महाराज हार्डली 2-4 मिले थे। उनका तबीयत खराब था, हार्डली 2-4 मिले थे। अकेली थी सर्वेंट। तो कहे नहीं नहीं नहीं, चलना है चलना है चलना है। और माता जी के गोपाल रुको गोपाल रुको। महाराज चलो 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 चलो। मुझे बड़ा दुख लग रहा था। और जब लिफ्ट में आए तो महाराज कहे ज्यादा देर रहने पर माया पकड़ लेगी। तो मैं शौक रह गया। माँ कहा आप कितनी क्रूएल हो, ये बुढ़ी माता जी माया पकड़ेगी क्या? कहा तू नहीं जानता है, ये मेरी माँ है ना, तो माँ का ममता जो है वो माया है, दूसरी माया नहीं। तो कितने सावधान थे। संग त्यागो और षडोवृत्ति। हमेशा जेंटिलमैन गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज रहे हैं। उनका कोई शत्रु नहीं हुआ है अंत तक। वैसे ही अत्याहार प्रयासश्च। महाराज कभी कोई संग्रह नहीं किए, जो हुआ सब देते गए। चाहे स्वेटर हो, चाहे मफलर हो, चाहे ऐसा वाला भी हो, हमारे पास भी एक पड़ा हुआ है, वो देते गए। कोई चाहे कुछ भी हो, इतना मंदिर बनाए दे दिए कि भाई तुम लोग चलाओ इसको। उत्साह निश्चय अत्याहार प्रयासस्य प्रजल्पनिमाग्रह और जनसंगस्य लोलोप्यम। उनमें तो लालच बिल्कुल नहीं था। तो इस प्रकार से हमारे महाराज हम लोगों को ये दान दिए कि हम लोग भी कैसे उनके पद चिन्हों पर चढ़ कर करके अपने रास्ता को प्रशस्त कर सकते हैं भगवत धाम जाने के लिए। परम पूज्य गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज हमारे लिए क्या थे? मैं चैतन्य चरितामृत से इस श्लोक कह कर करके अपने वक्तव्य को समाप्त करूंगा। दुर्गमे पथि में अंधस्य असखलत पाद गतेर मुहु स्वकृपा यष्टिदानेन संत 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 संतु अवलंबनम। दुर्गम पथि, मेरे लिए ये भक्ति मार्ग में चलना बड़ा ही दुर्गम रास्ता है। इंद्रियां हमेशा अपने तरफ खींच रही हैं, ले जा रहे वस्तुओं की तरफ। और अंधस्य, कोई ज्ञान नहीं है। बार बार मैं गिरता भी हूं, लेकिन महाराज ही एक थे जो सहारा थे, हमेशा उठाते थे। उनका सहारा मेरे लिए क्या था? स्वकृपा यष्टिदानेन। यष्टि मतलब लकड़ी। उनका कृपा हमारे लिए लकड़ी काम करता था, जो कि फिसलने वाले रास्ते में मैं रुक सकता था। आज वे हमारे अवलंबन हमारे बीच नहीं रहे, जो कि हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा एक लॉस है। महाराज हमेशा याद किए जाएंगे अपने सहयोग के लिए। महाराज सबके थे, सब लोग ये फील किए होंगे, लेकिन जब जब मुझे कोई तकलीफ होती थी तो महाराज थे जो कि हमें आड़ आते थे। वो समझ जाते थे कि देवकी नंदन डिस्टर्ब है। कितना भी इंपॉर्टेंट मीटिंग हो, साइड में लेकर जाएंगे, बोले बात करेंगे, पीठ पर हाथ रख देते थे, उतना एनफ था। आज मैं गुरु प्रसाद महाराज से मिलने गया था और उनसे यही बात कह रहा था कि महाराज, I am missing Gopal Krishna Maharaj, and you have to be him. You have to be Gopal Krishna Maharaj to give me avlamban. Then I can do much more than what I am doing. Thank you very much, Janardhan Maharaj and everybody. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Devakinandan
Only
Prabhu.
2 minutes over.
Thank you. You can speak more, but I'm really. Before Sarvabhauma Prabhu, I'd like to read Brajabilas Prabhu, one of the co-directors, the OVP. besides Ambarish Prabhu and Swaha Mataji. Dear His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Today, as we observe your first disappearance anniversary, my heart feels both heavy with separation and full of gratitude for everything you have given us. Your support for the Temple of the Vedic Planetarium has been one of the strongest pillars we stood upon. With your guidance and blessings, we opened the Pujari floor, installed the chakra, welcomed Srila Prabhupada in his divine Murti form, and inaugurated Lord Nishinghadev's wing. Each of these moments felt complete because you were part of them, encouraging us, guiding us, and standing with us. As we now look ahead toward the grand opening in 2027, it's difficult to imagine you not being physically present with us. But somehow, in every step we take, we feel your presence, your words, your determination. Anniversary, Brajabilas Prabhu was here amongst all of us and along with Janani Bas Prabhu. And he inaugurated this Gopal Krishna Goswami Bhakti Ratna Seva. These are 3 coins for completing and to open the temple, inaugurate the temple 2027. We have gold, silver, and bronze. And we have pledge cards here for all of you. To help is a very auspicious day for you to pledge to help TOVP. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I'm going to give one to Arjun Hari, but not, we'll give it to him individually. Yes? Brajabilas Prabhu told me one time, I don't know if this is appropriate to say, but I will tell you anyway. He told me, I'm more attached to your Guru Maharaj than my own Guru Maharaj. This is how Guru Maharaj is so dear to the TOVP, to complete the TOVP. This is the meaning. Hare Krishna. Oh, there's a stall outside of the TOVP. Now, Sarvabhauma Prabhu, thank you very much for waiting. Then Prashanta Mataji, after Sarvabhauma Prabhu.
Gurave Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namaha. Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Pratham Tirobhav Tithi Mahotsav Ki. I was blessed by Maharaj in mid-80s in a place, if I say today, you all will be scared. It was in Pakistan, Karachi. So a place where nobody dared to go, Maharaj was there. And whenever I bow down to Maharaj, the first thing he said, when are you going to Pakistan? This was his only question all the times. And he was so instrumental in preaching in Pakistan that the Bhagavad-Gita as it is was printed in local Urdu language, in local Sindhi language. Even Maharaj gave funds from BBT for Pakistan printing. It's something nobody actually cared for that, but today, I'm just, begging mercy from the Maharaj that a beautiful Radha Krishna temple is almost complete. deities are already ready in Jaipur, and I think you all will be surprised now, we may not. The government has given 10 crores of rupees as a donation for the temple. Minority department, and for printing of Bhagavad-Gita. So my interaction most of the time with Maharaj was always merciful, even keeping my kids in a Chandigarh Gurukul, and in all programs, always very caring. In Pakistan preaching, always he was calling me, and whatever problem, I met his service. Then in this temple, Vrindavan management, for some time, we are serving Maharaj. And most important, one other aspect I served under Maharaj is for the Kumbh Melas. I think that if there's a time allows, my friend may elaborate more on that, Sanak Sanatan, but he is the one person who was always present in all Kumbh Melas and take bath in all Kumbh Melas. That's Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Even it was opening of the Parthsarthi temple in Delhi. As soon as the opening is over, Maharaj in Haridwar, 98, and he was there to take bath and part of the Kumbh Mela. And then he distributed prasad himself and then sit down in a line to honor prasad in Prayagraj. And he asked me to sit next to him. I was not able to sit. Somehow I sat down. Then he asked only one question. What about the financial status of the Kumbh Mela? I said, Maharaj, don't worry, we have surplus. He said, thank you. Hare Krishna. So I say, Hare Krishna, thank you.
Thank you, Sarvabhauma Prabhu. Short and sweet.
Only I have to say one thing. Maharaj said, I am from Lahore. And Lahore means Lahore, bring more, bring more. And it means he was always in this mood of bring more, distribute more books, distribute more books, distribute more books. So he said, I am from Lahore.
Right. Haribol. After Prashanta Mataji will be showing you a video. This could be the last project that Guru Maharaj wanted to really, but no, after this is the TOVP, the Kurukshetra project. Go ahead.
Hare Krishna. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripaha sindhubhyaiva cha patitanam pavanibhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pashtavutare Srimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Nityanamini. Namaste Saraswate Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatine Shatarine. So, thank you very much for allowing me to spend a few minutes with Gopal Krishna Maharaj and with all of you. I was in Bangalore last year at this time when I received the news that Maharaj has departed. Very, very sad news. I shifted to India in 1988, and so my connection with Gopal Krishna Maharaj started at that time in Delhi. And I remember at that time I was a new devotee, and I was hearing these talks between him and my Guru Maharaj, Lokanath Maharaj, about these 12 temples in Delhi that Srila Prabhupada had spoken about. And it looked just like a dream at that time. But Maharaj all these years worked tirelessly to actually make this a reality. So because I stayed in his zone all this time, naturally, Maharaj knew me, and gradually, somehow I became a person known to him. He would always stop whenever I would meet him. He would always stop, and he knew I was from France. And because before coming to India, he was in Canada, he spoke French. So I was very privileged always to have this very sweet moment with him every time I met him. He would speak to me in French, always asking how I was doing and how was my service and so on. In the 90s, I became associated with the GBC meetings, and so at that time I used to, for many years, I had the opportunity to observe him. Very silent person in the midst of all the leaders, but someone whose opinion always had a lot of weight. He would not engage himself in a lot of discussions. Only when there was a matter that really concerned his area of service, then he would speak. And everybody respected whatever he would say. Then when I became involved with the VIHE, Maharaj always asked me, so how is the VIHE doing? Do you need anything? Maharaj was by nature very supportive. But when I really came to know something deeper about him was when I started doing some service in Gurgaon in 2010. For several years, I had been invited to preach there. So I was going regularly, giving lectures, seminars, and Maharaj came to know about it. Naturally, devotees reported to him. It was an insignificant service. Yet one day, Maharaj had come to the big temple in Santnagar. So the devotees in Gurgaon wanted to take me there for darshan of Maharaj. So I went along. We reached around 8 o'clock in the evening, and I was wondering how we ever going to get darshan of Maharaj. It's so late. But they were very confident, no, we will get darshan. So we were waiting outside his room for a long time, 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock. I thought it's never going to happen. But by 10:30, the door opened. So many devotees had been coming in and out, and we were ushered in. Maharaj was sitting there. He had a beautiful altar in his room, and he was putting all his deities to rest. So he received us. And that's when I had a glimpse into Maharaj's beauty and why he was so powerful and why he attracted so many people. One quality of him I came in touch on that day, and that was gratitude. I really had done nothing. But the way Maharaj thanked me, the way he spoke to me that day, the vibrations that came from his heart really endeared him to me. I had done nothing, but he was so grateful. He was so grateful. He loved engaging people in service. He loved preaching. So that was a very wonderful encounter. And over the years, many encounters I had with him. And one time, maybe in 2019 or something, I was in Mayapur. It was during the festival, during the GBC meetings. And one day, Malati Mataji, she had been lined up to give the Bhagavatam class. And I was staying with her. And when I came back to the room, she said, they asked me to give Bhagavatam class tomorrow, but I don't want to give this year. I want you to give the class. And I said, oh, dangerous field. I thought, I usually like to keep a little bit more of a gentle profile. I said, you know, in India, they don't like ladies giving class, especially here in Mayapur. But she insisted very much. She had her own reasons, and she absolutely wanted me to give class. So I called my Guru Maharaj, Srila Rukalat Maharaj, and I told Maharaj, I need your blessings. I have to give class tomorrow morning. And Maharaj said, I can only give half blessing. I thought, wow, that's not a good start. And because he said so many meetings he had been attending and always this topic is a little controversial. And so he said, the person you have to get blessings from is Gopal Krishna Goswami. So I thought, wow. So I spent the rest of the evening trying to contact Maharaj, which was not easy because Maharaj was busy, like each and every second of his day was filled with important meetings. And but somehow or other I got him on the phone in the end because he was very kind, very gentle. And the quality that I met that day was that he was also very broad-minded. And I explained the situation, and he was a chairman of the ISKCON Bureau. So I said, Maharaj, if you give your blessing, I will give the class, otherwise not. So Maharaj gave his blessings very, very kindly. Of course, in the end, he said, if there's any trouble, I'm not there. He did not like to fight. He did not like to be involved in controversies. But he was as we heard, I'll just say a few more words, that he had absorbed Srila Prabhupada's mood. He was very much close to what Srila Prabhupada wanted. So he had a vision which was very, very broad. He was very merciful, very compassionate, very gentle, and very dynamic for spreading the mission of Lord Chaitanya. The last thing I want to say about Maharaj is that we have heard, and it is a truth which we have to grasp, that Srila Prabhupada, whom we always, of course, he's the wonderful leader who came to spread this mission all over the world, but he did not come alone. And persons like Gopal Krishna Maharaj came with him. They were sent. And Srila Prabhupada many times said that his guru, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, had sent people to help him. So Gopal Krishna Maharaj was very typically that kind of person. Just as Srila Prabhupada came to spread this mission all over the world, Gopal Krishna Maharaj also came for that. He came and assisted Srila Prabhupada in such a remarkable way. He was not alone. There are other great souls also, like Tamal Krishna Maharaj, who opened the preaching in China and did so many other things. So we worship Srila Prabhupada, but for me, I worship Srila Prabhupada along with his disciples. Jai.
Thank you.
Srila Gopal Krishna Maharaj ki jai.
So now we're going to, sorry, finish? Thank you, Mataji. We're going to watch now a video project in Kurukshetra. Ready? And then Veda Vyas Prabhu will speak. And I don't know how much more time we have. Where is Dharma Prabhu? The flowers just now come. We have one disciple of Guru Maharaj who just came also all the way from USA, Nilamada Prabhu. I'm going to call him after Veda Vyas Prabhu, after this. Okay? And there's so many more to speak. I'm sorry. We don't have much time. But there is like a continuation of this. You have to go to Delhi on the 27th of this month. Okay, Haribo.
In the heart of Bharat lies Kurukshetra, the sacred land where the Mahabharata war took place and where Lord Krishna spoke the eternal wisdom of the Bhagavad-Gita to Arjuna. The very first shloka of Bhagavad-Gita begins here with Dharam Kshetre Kurukshetre, thus glorifying this land of unparalleled spiritual potency. Over time, however, the glory of this land fell victim to invasions and destruction. And for ages, adharma prevailed where dharma once ruled, and the spiritual heritage of this holy place seemed lost to history. After independence, though, Kurukshetra grew and many developments were completed, including schools, hospitals, colleges, museums, and other modern amenities flourished. But there was no grand temple to broadcast the glories of Dharma to the world, and therefore the heart of this sacred land, its spiritual core, remains unfulfilled. Until Srila Prabhupada, the visionary founder Acharya of ISKCON, dreamed of reviving Kurukshetra's lost glory in his writings. He envisioned a magnificent temple, a spiritual beacon that would re-establish Kurukshetra as the heart of Dharma. Today that dream is going to become reality. For too long, this sacred land was waited, but now Kurukshetra rises again. The Sri Krishna Arjun Mandir, a magnificent chariot-shaped temple spanning 6 acres and over 350,000 square feet, is under construction and nearing completion. Situated between the sacred sites where Bhishma left his body and where the Bhagavad-Gita was spoken, this temple is not just a monument but a revival of the soul of Kurukshetra. With this temple, we are constructing the beacon of hope and bringing back the land's lost spirituality. Through its numerous social care programs, educational, cultural, and community-driven initiatives, it will enrich the lives of thousands of pilgrims, devotees, and locals alike. With the divine Bhagavad-Gita Mandir showcasing one of the world's largest Bhagavad-Gita, with a spacious state-of-the-art auditorium to hold cultural programs and conferences, finding peace and happiness, with an educational hub with seminar halls, classrooms, and residential facilities for spiritual learning and training for a holistic lifestyle, body, mind, and soul, with the latest tech-equipped mega kitchen to feed the hungry and nourish the soul of over 10,000 people daily with sanctified prasadam. We are committed to eradicate hunger within 10 miles of this magnificent temple, with an international guest house with 90 rooms to offer the warmest hospitality to our guests from India and all over the world, with the Mahabharata and Gita show where you can feel the Kurukshetra battle with the cutting-edge 8D technology, and with the sweetest Govinda's restaurant to serve devotion in the form of delicious cuisines. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the opening of this magnificent temple that will become the heart and soul of Kurukshetra for next 10,000 years. But we need your support to complete this project as quickly as possible. Visit us at donate.iskonkurukshetra.org to learn more. Do not miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to support this historic revival of Kurukshetra, one of India's most important cultural and heritage sites. Let's build this Krishna Arjun Mandir and bring Dharma back to the land of its origin. Jai Shri Krishna.
Oh, Hare Krishna. The Nilamara Prabhu. Are the flowers here now? As long as the flowers not come, we will continue. So pray that it will come soon.
I can do it as
Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Bhagavad Pad ki. I thank you everybody who has joined today in this Tirobhav first year celebration, and I will again invite you on 27th. We are celebrating in Delhi a grand, we have 15,000 disciples of Guru Maharaj joining in, and many of the Maharajas will be there, many of the Prabhupada disciples will be there. So this Tirobhav Mahotsav will continue from here to Delhi and all the other temples in the country and the world. So I especially thank all the Maharajas who have joined here, and especially Loknath Maharaj and Guru Prasad Maharaj who have specially come here and they have encouraged us, and all the other Sannyasi Maharaj, all the Prabhupada disciples who have so nicely spoken here and glorified Guru Maharaj. Many of the things we don't know about Guru Maharaj have been revealed by you, and everybody has spoken by heart their feelings and experiences, and they have been touching our heart and soothing our heart. It is 1 year since Maharaj has disappeared, but during this year we continued our enthusiasm. All the God brothers have continued our enthusiasm despite feeling the pain of Maharaj. We have my senior God brother Surdas Prabhu here. He has offered to Srila Prabhupada a grand temple in Navi Bombay. So it was inaugurated by none other than Narendra Modi, and it was so well celebrated. I really thank Surdas Prabhu and all the Vaishnav that they keep blessing. Maharaj's power is continuing. Recently we had Kumbh Mela. Pradyumpriya Prabhu team and other ISKCON devotee together, they distributed 55 lakh plates in 1 month's time. So it was a record. Every day 1 lakh plus plates for all the visiting devotees for Kumbh Mela was distributed. So it was a great, great success. And similarly, now many more projects Maharaj had initiated will be completed. Like in Gurgaon, Sector 45, Radha Ashtami, we are likely to open in a new temple in Gurgaon, and that would be a great offering again to Srila Prabhupada. Similarly, like Kurukshetra temple next year is targeted to be opened, and many more projects are there, like Pradyumpriya Prabhu is leading Dwarka temple in Delhi. So that's also a very big project, 200 crore project, which is being completed in a year's time. So next year, 2 big projects of Maharaj would get matured, and one would be Kurukshetra and one will be in Delhi at Dwarka. So these are the temples which are immediately getting opened. And as we all see, Mayapur Dham, we have TOVP big project. So we all will get involved there also to complete that project also, because 2027 that is scheduled to be open. So once again, I pray all the senior devotees, all the Prabhupada disciples, all the Maharajas to keep showering their mercy to all the disciples of Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. We had a wonderful year where all of you have really engaged us in service of Krishna, and we must serve you all, because serving you is serving our Guru Maharaj. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Vedavyas Prabhu. He gave also, Vedavyas Prabhu gave everything. His very self, his family, everything for the service of Guru Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada. So now, Nilamada Prabhu.
Dear Guru Maharaj, Danvat Pranam Bhagavad Pad. I was contemplating on your nature, and I came to a conclusion that just like Krishna has some special Shakti, similarly you as Nitya Leela Pravishta, Parishad of Krishna, has the Leela and Kripa Shakti. Leela, we have seen you empowered nature by constructing 21 temples in Delhi and more outside. As a book trustee, you helped made BBT one of the largest book distributors of Vedic literature. But above all, this Shakti is your Kripa Shakti. This Kripa Shakti which has brought thousands to the umbrella of ISKCON by a personal shelter. Guru Maharaj, every one of us who is associated with you over the last 40, 50 years knows how wonderful father you were. You were caring to a level that is inconceivable. You were loving. Sometimes you'll chastise too, but then you'll feel bad and try to apologetic. This is your beauty. Your eyes showed care, love, compassion to everyone. We all felt the same every time we saw you. You didn't care whether someone was your disciple or not. Only thing you cared was whether he's a devotee or not. I realized, Guru Maharaj, your quality of raising a minimalistic person to the top. Once at our dear godbrother Madhu Prabhu's house, I was a typical doctor, not doing anything, just going to the place with suit and tie. And I was sitting in the back, just looking at my phone, and suddenly Guru Maharaj says, "That's Dr. Neeraj from Harvard." And everybody started looking at me. And they all had tilaks on there, and I was just alone. I didn't know what to do. But then Guru Maharaj made such a loving relationship with everybody, brought there and made me mix with everybody. Then the rest is history. Guru Maharaj, for surrender, it felt like you have taken the place of Krishna Chaitya Guru. Few examples happened. When my initiation was there, I was inspired because my brother always glorified you and I used to associate with you. You loved your nature. But also used to listen to many other Swamis also. So I was towards you, but I had some doubt. So I was in Potomac one day, Washington, D.C., and standing in Nitya Gaur there and say, "Lord, if you are there, if Guru is the Chaitya Guru, please give me some indication." And there in 5 seconds you said, "Servant," and called me upstairs. So that was indication for me for that one. Diksha was also dramatic. I love Jagannath. He was my heart and soul because our Jagannath is 49 years old because Prabhupada sat on it. So it was always very loving. And I used to say, "Jagannath, please give me a name which I can associate with you." So Guru Maharaj is very compassionate. First, I found out from devotees, they send a slip calling Nityananda Das. And suddenly he said, no, come back. He's a Jagannath Pujari, give him Neel Madhav Das. So, Guru Maharaj, you came, you saw and you conquered hearts of not just one, but thousands. Your smile was a beacon of joy, a language without words, and a radiant expression of inner peace. Whoever saw you was mesmerized. When the temple project Baltimore, you personally came for the Bhumi, blessed us and saw and gave some guidance. You can do like this. And we know that when Guru Maharaj, you follow his advice, everything comes so beautiful. So beautiful temple came there. And then when we were ready to welcome you 2017, when the first time you came, we made the whole floor, like Advaita Prabhu, all of us, we made the whole floor, we call the GKG floor. And as you come slowly and slowly, everything was packed. One was servant's quarter, one was sannyasi room, and one was a DT. And the servants' quarter we used to call the ice cream room because you make so many different ice cream for the devotees, big tubs, so we used to finish that. But you were very happy because you knew that your servants deserved to be taken care of that. I remember when we all godbrothers used to go for a walk on the river. There's a river, beautiful river, Patapsco. Right there is up walking, and then there are beautiful bushes there. So Vishnu Prabhu said, "Look, Guru Maharaj, there's some fruits there." He said, "They're wild fruits, what are they?" So we all said, "Guru Maharaj, can you bring you some?" He said, "No, it's okay." Then Vishnu Prabhu brought some. And he started having. So Guru Maharaj, this is really sweet. And then he said, "Okay, bring me some." And then 6 of us are running there to bring fruits to them, see who can get to Guru Maharaj first. And he starts eating nicely. He said, "These are really good fruits itself." These are small things which matters a lot to all of us. Guru Maharaj just touched each one of us in a different way. His heart and soul, he came to each one of us and may change our life for that one. He was so special itself. Guru Maharaj, we miss you so much. This first year has been so painful that feels like yesterday. Today, just going to a room in the guest house, could not control myself. Your bedroom felt like you were there. The seat you were sitting on with the picture, you were there. I know you'll always living with us if you live there, Vani. Please bless us that we all live together in loving relationship with any offense at all. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Nilamada Prabhu. Nilamada Prabhu is the temple president of Baltimore Temple in US of A. And the address of the temple is the last address of Guru Maharaj in North America. So, We're almost ready now for Puspanjali. Oh, hold on. I just want to ask Dharmatma Prabhu. Dharmatma. Okay, we don't want to disappoint many who are not able to speak. So just now we decided we'll have part 2 this evening of the glorification of Guru Maharaj. And we would like to now have the Puspanjali. But if Vaishnav Maharaj is ready to speak for 2 minutes, we're ready to hear from him for 2 minutes. Please come. Guru Maharaj, he appointed here in India 2 of our God brothers to serve as a spiritual master. His Holiness Prabodhananda Saraswati Swami and His Holiness Bhakti Asrai Vaishnav Swami Maharaj. And another sannyasi in Russia, because they needed so much in Russia, Bhakti Ratnakar Ambarish Swami Maharaj. So please, we need their blessings so that the Guru Parampara will go on. Hare Krishna!
Hare Krishna. So no time for chanting the pranam mantra. Guru Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ji ki jai, उपस्थित सभी भक्त वृंद की जय. So we are hearing since 3 days. 3 दिन से हम लोग गुरु महाराज के गुणगान सुन रहे हैं. मैं तो केवल इतना ही कहूँगा कि 1 साल उनका नित्य लीला प्रविष्ट का हो चुका है. ये प्रथम वार्षिक तिथि. तो बहु संख्या में भारत से हमारे गढ़ ब्रदर्स गुरु महाराज की शिष्य वृंद यहाँ उपस्थित है. मैं जो सुन रहा था उनके गुणगान वरिष्ठ भक्तों से, मेरे मन में यही विचार आता था कि गुरु महाराज कहा करते थे अगर कोई काम उनको जा करके बताता मैं इसे किया उसको अच्छा नहीं लगता. कोई दूसरे उनके गढ़ बदर अगर उनको जाकर बताता है उनके बारे में तो उसको बहुत महत्व देते थे. ही वॉज टेकिंग वेरी caring, very important if any god brother of him will tell something about a devotee. So कम से कम हमको आज के दिन we should take a vow this very auspicious day of his first disappearance day samadhi ceremony day, at least for next samadhi or for lifelong. Actually, it should be life after life. He is Janma Guru say that if we can try to be exemplary in our all Kaya Mana Vakya, that by seeing us, by seeing our behavior and all that, others will glorify Guru Maharaj. That will be our real glorification. Hare Krishna. Sri Guru Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you, Maharaj. I would like to see the flowers are still trickling, coming. I think we still have 2 more speakers, please. Mohan Rupa Prabhu and Rishi Kumar Prabhu. Mohan Rupa Prabhu, please. 2 minutes only. 2 minutes. Temple President of ISKCON Delhi, Isab Kailash. And Rishi Kumar Prabhu, he told me ahead of time he will not be able to speak first 2 days, but now he's here because he had some special engagement. He was teaching or he's doing Bhakti Vaibhav? Teaching, he was teaching Bhakti Vaibhav.
हरे कृष्ण। तो आज बहुत विशेष दिन है। हमारे बीच में गुरु महाराज नहीं रहे, लेकिन उनकी वाणी हमारे साथ है, और उस वाणी के साथ अगर हम रहेंगे तो हमेशा हमारे साथ वो रहेंगे। और जितना गुरु महाराज के बारे में बताया जाए उतना ही कम है। 2 मिनट में तो कुछ नहीं होगा। और जितना भी गुणगान 3 दिन से अगर हम बोल रहे हैं तो 2 मिनट में क्या होगा। तो बस इतना ही कहूँगा कि गुरु महाराज के बारे में जितना गुणगान करते हैं उतना अच्छा लगता है। बस गुरु महाराज हम सबको अच्छे से जानते हैं, और अभी भी वो देख रहे हैं जहाँ कहीं भी हैं गोलोक धाम से हमारे ऊपर बहुत पैनी नज़र से देख रहे हैं हम सबको। और हम सब उनकी कृपा की आशा बनाए रखें, और जितना हम लोग उनकी वाणी के करीब रहेंगे और जितना हम लोग सेवा में व्यस्त रहेंगे उतना गुरु महाराज को अपने करीब पाएंगे हम लोग, ये तो निश्चित है। एक मैं बात बताना चाहता हूँ, सिर्फ एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट जो गुरु महाराज ने एक बार कहा था। गुरु महाराज ने कहा कि आई एम सो शार्प आई कैन एंटर इनटू योर माइंड। जितना तुम अपने बारे में नहीं जानते हो उतना मैं तुम्हारे बारे में जानता हूँ। तो इसलिए मैं कह रहा था कि महाराज हम सबको अच्छे से जानते हैं, और इसलिए हम आज के दिन प्रार्थना करते हैं कि हम लोग इसी तरह से सेवा में लगे रहें, और सेवा में लगे रहेंगे तो उत्साह बना रहेगा। हरे कृष्ण। श्रील गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी भगवत्पाद गुरुदेव की जय।
Srila Bhagavad ki jai. So there is a book called Srila Prabhupada Kripa Murti that is getting released that contains all the offerings by so many senior Vaishnavas. It's translated in Hindi. हिंदी में अनुवाद हुआ है। श्रीला भगवत्पाद के प्रति जो शब्दांजलि अर्पित की गई है कई वरिष्ठ वैष्णवों के माध्यम से, कृपया उसका लाभ उठाएं। Please do get your copy today. I'm just reading a little one paragraph from it which I wrote from my end so that we can save time. No more appointments to meet you, Guru Maharaj. No one to stop us from the healthcare team. No more busy online meetings. No more breakneck speed walks for us to catch up with you. You are in your eternal residence in Vrindavan. You said, I want to die like Prabhupada said, like a soldier fighting on the battlefield. This he told me before going to Dehradun. You said one important principle of life is to make people feel wanted. And you did, Guru Maharaj. And you did, Guru Maharaj, because you said you should be uncompromising in principle but diplomatic in presentation. But you were not diplomatic but empathetic. When I thanked you for taking sannyas and saving us on your 40th anniversary of sannyas, Gurudev, you said, I didn't take sannyas to save anyone. I took sannyas to save myself. And I was told by a senior Vaishnava that you will now be more available for us. You are making us serve in separation, developing Vipralamba Bhava. I don't know about that, Gurudev. When will I hear now that soft yet majestic Rishikuma, where are you now? But then when asked what should one do when the Guru leaves this world, Guru Maharaj, you had mentioned that Srila Prabhupada says that the Guru's order should become the life and soul of the disciple. One should pray that from now on, I am living on your orders, Bhagavad-Pad. Let this be a true statement of all times. And one should take the opportunity to examine oneself, thinking that my guide and support in life has been withdrawn. This is a test of my sincerity, my determination, my commitment. What have I received from my Guru? How well did I receive it and understand it? Am I a real disciple or a disciple in name only? Thank you very much, Guru Maharaj. I know that you yourself are the person, Guru Maharaj, because you said that the disciple should go about his life understanding that the spiritual master is always next to him. You are here, Gurudev, in your Vani. In your Vani, you are here. You are with me, you are with us, because this is you, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Guru Maharaj, the quintessential ISKCON man, Prabhupada books man. Srila Bhagavad-Pad ki.
Okay, last two. I am being very, very lenient here. Last two, please. I'd like to call on Sanak Sanatan Prabhu, our Brajabasi here, And last will be Sakshi Gopal Prabhu. Okay? No more. Second part will be this evening.
Hare Krishna. First time I met His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj in 1989, just after I joined here in ISKCON Vrindavan. I was a brand new bhakta, and he called me to his room, and he encouraged me very, very much to stay in Vrindavan and to keep serving here. And then next time I was looking after the Pandharpur branch, and Maharaj hadn't been come in 6 years, and I expressed my desire. And then Fatafat he came and visited Pandharpur and give his darshan and give us available instructions how to forward the preaching there. Then in 2001, I think from the ICC, I was appointed to help in Kumbh Mela. And with Dina Bandhu and Sarva Boma, we had set up a camp. Our old land was not so big, so we had gotten a bigger land next to the railway bridge. And in the very beginning, only we had a couple of tents there. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj came to visit and see if the land is good. And my wife cooked some prasadam and made some chapatis. And even 20 years later, whenever he see me, he said, "Oh, I remember your wife's chapatis from sitting in the sand in Kumbh Mela." And then I think I did Nasik Kumbh Mela, and then some politics happened for the 2007, I think, Adha Kumbh. And I was trying to stay away from Kumbh Mela. I didn't feel that is my service for whatever. And Maharaj was here in Vrindavan, and I have to be eternally grateful what he did. He sent some big devotee to my house here in the Goshala, and he said, "Gopal Krishna Maharaj wants to see you." I said, "Okay." And he said, "Gopal Krishna Maharaj wants to see you." He didn't give me any chance. He more or less dragged me to Maharaj's room. And Maharaj said that you have to do this Kumbh Mela service, is my instruction for you. And since then, I'm still doing the Kumbh Mela service. And how much determination Maharaj is having that nobody can understand. We were in Ujjain in Kumbh Mela. In Nasik Kumbh Mela already he had a little bit problem with his disease. So when he arrived in Nasik, we kind of had to massage him so that he could actually move. And then 1 year after in Ujjain, he was sitting with me on this Day-3 cart, and we were going to the Snan, and he had to stand up every 3-4 minutes, so he didn't get that frozen thing. And then a huge traffic jam built up, and other Maharajas had just left, and Maharaj was very determined. Then in his condition, he did not want to lose that bus. He walked almost 3 kilometers to the Snan place. He took his bus and walked another 3 kilometers until the first rickshaw is available. I mean, I was impressed. Such a determination in his deteriorated health. And then when he was leaving from Kumbh Mela, Maharaj had sent a big Mercedes car for him, and he said, "I don't want to go in this opulent car." And some of his disciples had a very small car, and he went with that. So, as earlier said, ISKCON Dwarka, Pradyumna Priya Prabhu, got us a lot of support for the last Kumbh Mela. For me, having Kumbh Melas done since 2001, it was like a dream come true. And like the book distribution has increased, so also the Kumbh Mela service on behalf of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj basically increased unlimited. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
बोले हरे कृष्णा, जोर से बोलिए हरे कृष्णा, कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। 2 मिनट के समय में तो महामंत्र गाया जा सकता है। तो गुरु महाराज के साथ मेरा 1982 से लेकर के संबंध स्थापित हुआ, और 1986 में महाराज ने मुझे मायापुर में अपने कमरे में बुला था, साक्षी गोपाल, तुम्हारा और मेरा संबंध जन्मों जन्मों का है। और मुझे अपने पास मायापुर में बिठा करके अपने बैठ के मेरे गले में सेकंड थ्रेड डाल दिया था, और मुझे ब्राह्मण दीक्षा दिया था। और तब मुझे बोला था कि तुम्हें कुरुक्षेत्र में जाकर के प्रभुपाद जी की इच्छा पूर्ण करनी है। और फिर मैं टालता गया और 1992 में जब मैं 91 में जब मैं बम्बे गया महाराज की व्यास पूजा में, व्यास पूजा के तुरंत बाद महाराज मुझे अपने कमरे में बुला लिया और बोले साक्षी गोपाल अब तुम चंडीगढ़ छोड़ो, कुरुक्षेत्र में जाओ प्रभुपाद जी की इच्छा पूर्ण करने के लिए। हैं, मैंने बोला महाराज जी आई विल ट्राई माई बेस्ट। फिर मैं भीमा प्रभु जी के पास गया। भीमा प्रभु से मेरा संबंध था कि मैं नहीं जा सकता, मेरे छोटे बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, 2 बहन भाई हैं, उनकी शादी करनी है, महाराज किसी और को प्रेजेंट बना दें, मैं उसकी सेवा करूँगा, उसके साथ दूंगा। तो महाराज ने भीमा प्रभु ने बोल दिया कि साक्षी गोपाल जाने के लिए तैयार नहीं है तो आप उसको जोर मत दीजिएगा। फिर मैं अगले दिन मॉर्निंग में महाराज से परमिशन लेने के लिए गया कि महाराज जी मैं चंडीगढ़ जा रहा हूँ मंगल आरती के बाद। तो महाराज बोले साक्षी गोपाल यू थिंक आई एम ए फूल, तुम्हारे बारे में मुझे भीमा प्रभु बताएंगे कि तुम कौन हो, मैं तुमसे कुछ नहीं सुनना चाहता, बस अब तुम्हें मैं स्टैंडिंग ऑर्डर दे रहा हूँ, तुम जाओ और कुरुक्षेत्र में प्रभुपाद जी की इच्छा पूर्ण करने के लिए वहाँ पर कार्य चालू करो। बोलो हरे कृष्ण। मेरे पास कोई चॉइस नहीं रही। और फिर 1 जनवरी को मैंने निर्णय ले लिया कि मैं कुरुक्षेत्र चला जाऊँगा। और जब महाराज के पास मैं यहाँ पर आया गुरु पूर्णिमा फेस्टिवल के बाद, महाराज बोले साक्षी गोपाल जाओ तुरंत कुरुक्षेत्र में जाओ, मैं सारे इंटरेस्ट ड्यूटी को लेकर के आ रहा हूँ, 3 दिन का फेस्टिवल ऑर्गेनाइज करो। 3 महीने के अंदर मुझे बोला और लगभग 500 लोग यहाँ से गए, पूरे प्रभुपाद डिसेबल, लगभग 16-17 तो सन्यासी थे, गुरु थे। और इतना बढ़िया फेस्टिवल हुआ, महाराज ने मुझे बम्बे से फ़ोन किया, साक्षी गोपाल यदि मुझे तुम्हारे जैसे 100 व्यक्ति मिल जाए तो पूरे संसार को मैं कृष्ण भक्ति दे दूंगा। एक बात और बोलूँगा लास्ट, महाराज से मैंने बोला था महाराज जी कुरुक्षेत्र मंदिर के बनने के लिए मैं आपको फॉलो करूँगा, अपनी बुद्धि लगाऊंगा। मुझे महाराज जी बोलते थे कई भक्तों ने बहुत बुद्धि लगाया, मैं उनसे खुश नहीं हूँ। महाराज जी हम अपनी बुद्धि का प्रयोग नहीं करेंगे, जैसे जैसे आप आदेश करेंगे हम वैसे वैसे काम करेंगे। और महाराज के उत्साह से इतने सुंदर मंदिर बनने जा रहा है, इतना सुंदर मंदिर बनने जा रहा है कि आने वाले समय में मैं विश्वास के साथ कहता हूँ, मैं महाराज को भी कहता था, ये इस्कॉन कुरुक्षेत्र का मंदिर पूरे वर्ल्ड में महाराज की ग्लोरीज को 1000 गुना बढ़ाएगा। आज मैं आप सब भक्तों को इनवाइट करता हूँ, आप जैसा भी समय मिले आइएगा और हमें सेवा का मौका दीजिएगा। और नेक्स्ट ईयर बलराम जयंती के समय हम गुरु महाराज के आशीर्वाद से इस मंदिर को प्रभुपाद जी को अर्पण करने जा रहे हैं।
Thank you, Sakshi Gopal Prabhu. Now, this is really the last one. Now, this is the last letter of Guru Maharaj. Listen carefully. This was dictated, last letter of Guru Maharaj. He was addressing the bureau members. Today, I slept in my bathroom this morning, resulting in heavy muscular pain in my back. Feeling unwell, I'm heading to the hospital for an x-ray and checkup. Please excuse me. I won't be able to attend the bureau meeting today. Then he wrote to the bureau members, please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. I want to clarify my position. As some of you have asked me to continue as bureau chairman, I think it would be best if Bhakti Rasamrita Maharaj or any other bureau member takes over as bureau chairman. But it appears that he and others are reluctant. In this situation, many bureau members ask me to continue. I am confused because a month ago I made it clear that I would be resigning from now on. I have worked with nearly all the bureau members and I have no real problem working with any of them. I am slightly handicapped because of my cardiac history and Parkinson. My cardiac situation is stable. My Parkinson is also under control due to medication, but balancing is always a problem and unpredictable. In my opinion, Shankadari Prabhu has done a fairly good job as General Secretary. He has gained good experience and can do better. He may not agree with all the resolutions, but for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada, we have to set aside our differences and work together. Srila Prabhupada's famous quote was, "United we stand, divided we fall." If we have this statement as a guide for us, then we should have a team that satisfies both Dayaram Prabhu and Shankadari Prabhu. I think both are important for the Bureau to be effective. Replacing one team with another is not the real solution. If no one is ready to do the chairman job, then I can do it. I could do it only for one more year. I am agreeing to do this service only because many Bureau members have requested it. I don't want devotees to think I am attached. Everyone knows that I am not very effective as a chairman. The above is a frank statement from me. I hope we can forget our differences and resolve to work as one team. I will be participating in the meeting today on Zoom. Your servant, Gopal Krishna Goswami. Right till the end. He's willing to do it. One more year. Hare Krishna. Guru Maharaj ki. You can imagine the spirit of serving Srila Prabhupada is always there till his last breath. Haribol. I hope we can also imbibe from our Guru Maharaj the same spirit to serve till our last breath. Hare Krishna. So now, we are doing the Pushpanjali. We'd like to request Prabhupada's disciples and sannyasis you can come on the stage or you can come in front here. I think many of Prabhupada's disciples can come here on the stage. Please, Prabhupada's disciples first. Hare Krishna. The Mataji's side also. Okay. We will chant all together under you have to hold the mic. You hold the mic. We will all chant together the Mangala Charanam, and His Holiness Prabodhananda Saraswati Swami will be the one who's holding the mic. So we do it all together.
Hare Krishna. Om Ajnanatimidandhasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurubhe Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamaham Dadati Swapadantikam Vande Aham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanitang Tang Sajivam Sadvaitang Savadhutang Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Sri Visakha Nitangscha. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhe Vacha पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने। नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषः शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे। नमो ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिसिद्धान्त सरस्वतीति नामिने। श्रीवार्षभानवि देवी दयिताय कृपाध्याये कृष्णसम्बन्धविज्ञानदायिने प्रभवे नमः। माधुर्य उज्ज्वल प्रेमाढ्य श्रीरूपानुगभक्तिद श्रीगौरः करुणाशक्ति विग्रहाय नमस्तुते। नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुगविरुद्धपसिद्धान्तधान्तहारिणे। नमः गौरकिशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विप्रलम्भरसाम्भोधे पादाम्भोजायते नमः। नमः भक्तिविनोदाय सच्चिदानन्दनामिने गौरशक्तिस्वरूपाय रूपानुगवरायते। गौर आविर्भावभूमि त्वं निर्दिष्टा सज्जनप्रिय वैष्णव सार्वभौम शिल जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्णचैतन्य नामिने गौरतिशय नमः। पंचतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकं। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिकाकांत राधाकांत नमस्तुते। जयतां सुरतोरुपंगो मम मंदमतिर्गति मत्सर्वस्व पदाम्भुजौ राधा मदनमोहनौ दिव्याद् वृन्दारण्य कल्पद्रुमाध श्रीमद्रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थौ श्रीमत् राधाशिल गोविंददेवौ पृष्ठ्यालिभिः सेव्यमानं स्मरामि। श्रीमान् रासरसारम्भी वंशीभट तटस्थित कर्षन् वेणु सुनैर्गोपी गोपीनाथ श्रियस्तु नः। तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौरभक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। नमो ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी नीति नामिने। प्रभुपाद च साहित्यं जः प्रकाश्य भितिरे च प्रचारं कृतवान् साधु भगवत्पादाय ते नमः। एषः पुष्पाञ्जलि समर्पयामि। नमो ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी नीति नामिने। प्रभुपाद च साहित्यं जः प्रकाश्य भितिरे च प्रचारं कृतवान् साधु भगवत्पादाय ते नमः। एषः पुष्पाञ्जलि समर्पयामि। नमो ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी नीति नामिने। प्रभुपाद च साहित्यं जः प्रकाश्य भितिरे च प्रचारं कृतवान् साधु भगवत्पादाय ते नमः। एषः पुष्पाञ्जलि समर्पयामि।
Hare Krishna. So now we're going to have Artik for Guru Maharaj in the Samadhi area. And I'm sorry to inform you that there'll be no more second session this evening. Hare Krishna. Guru Maharaj ke, Srila Prabhupada ke.